Now we have 10.
Perfect. So we will start right at 5. Okay. Very good. And noting, David, are we ready to go? Sorry.
We are ready to go.
Good. All right. So noting the time is 5 p.m., I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome, fellow commissioners and members of the public joining us today for the special meeting of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission. I understand that in accordance with the request from the public and with our bylaws, today's meeting will be simultaneously translated into Spanish through live interpretation, which has not been enabled yet, as the clerk will explain. In fact, let me now turn to the IRC clerk, David Hall, to provide additional information on today's meeting. David.
Thank you, Chair Bain. At the conclusion of these instructions, they will be repeated in Spanish. At this point, we have not yet enabled live interpretation. Once we do enable it, the public can activate live translation by following the instructions as shown on the screen now. Locate the button in your Zoom webinar controls that has a picture of a globe on it titled Interpretation. You will then be prompted to select which language you'd like to hear the meeting in. Please note, even if you are only listening to this meeting in English, you must still select English as your primary language. I will pause for a moment now to allow the translator to repeat all of these instructions for enabling translation.
Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, el globo terráqueo y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos. Luego Interpretation y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Gracias.
IRC staff will now enable interpretation. We will give the public a few moments to select the language you will be tuning into today. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public who wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the Redistricting website at www.drawyourcommunity.com. We ask that individuals who wish to speak submit an online request to speak form in advance for planning purposes. All timely requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting will be honored, regardless of whether you have submitted an advance request. Agendas, minutes, and supporting materials for the Commission's meetings are posted on the Redistricting website, including instructions to request translation. Meeting agendas are translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, and Laotian as required by law. The log of correspondence received, including comments that have been submitted through the Community Builder tool, has been updated to provided to commissioners and is posted on the IRC website. Correspondence received is posted on the website with today's meeting materials, and the Commission's log of ex parte communications has been updated on the IRC website. I'd also like to note that we have received 130 e-comments, 24 emails, 2 letters, and 5 phone messages since the last meeting. These contacts were distributed to the commissioners and posted online. Thank you, Chair Bain.
Thank you, David. And if I have the name of the interpreter right, thank you, Claudio, as well. The next item on the agenda is the roll call. David, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I'd like to note for the record that the commissioners are participating via teleconference, and as such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. I'll ask the commissioners to say here or present when called upon. Chair Bain?
Here.
Vice Chair Caterina?
Here.
Vice Chair Garcia?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Chen? Commissioner Chen? You need to unmute yourself. I know you're here though.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
I'm
hear
having
you.
trouble getting to my Zoom. Sorry.
Commissioner Diaz?
Here.
Commissioner Dostal, Commissioner Hanson,
Here.
Commissioner Inman,
Here.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Here.
Commissioner Larson,
Here.
Commissioner Pons,
Here.
Commissioner Russ,
Here.
Commissioner Servin. Chair Bain, with 12 commissioners
present.
Commissioner Servin is present. With 13 commissioners present, you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much, David. The next item is the approval of the minutes. David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item, the minutes from the November 10th, 2021 special meeting and November 13th, 2021 special meeting, as included with the agenda materials?
We did not have any requests to speak on the approval of the minutes prior to the meeting, but if any member of the public would like to speak on the approval of the minutes, you're welcome to do so. Please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Again, as this is for the approval of the minutes. We'll start with the person labeled Galaxy S21. You'll need to unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the commission on the approval of the minutes. Okay, I'm going to come back to you and go to Marilla. You'll need to unmute yourself again. Marilla?
Meryl,
okay.
yes,
You
I'd
know-
like to speak, but this just went to full screen and I have it typed on my, hold on.
Okay, you understand that this is for the
Okay, I gotta go.
approval of-
I'm just going to speak off the top of my head. I'm a 50-year resident of San Diego County, and I appreciate the work of the commission. I do have some concerns about the way the people are being divided up. It's not just,
Marilla, I hate to interrupt you, but this item is for the approval of the minutes for the previous meeting. So if you want to discuss the previous meeting's minutes approval, you're welcome to do so, but there'll be another item for the discussion.
okay, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Let me know when I may speak.
Okay. Again, the virtual hands that are up should be for the approval of the minutes. If you want to address that, you're welcome to do so. Telephone number ending 8771. And if you're calling in by phone, you may need to unmute yourself by dialing *6. Don't see that person unmuting themselves. Chair Bain, that concludes public comment on the approval of the minutes.
David, I'm showing that person has unmuted now.
Okay. Telephone number ending 8771. You're welcome to address the commission. You have 3 minutes. We should be able to hear you. I see that you have unmuted yourself. Do you want to address the commission on the approval of the minutes? Telephone number ending 8771.
Oh, sorry. I just got on, so I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm sorry.
That's all right. But if you want to address the commission on the approval of the previous meeting's minutes, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, there'll be another opportunity to address the commission on redistricting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And now I believe that concludes public comment on the approval of the minutes.
Well, thank you very much, David, and thank you, members of the public, for understanding the rules we have to respect and go by. So, commissioners, do we have a motion for approval of the minutes from the November 10th and November 13th, 2021 special meetings, respectively, as included with the agenda materials?
So moved.
Brown, second by Commissioner Hanson. Thank you. Any discussion? Very well. David, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal, I believe, is absent. Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Serban,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina,
Aye.
Chair Bain,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Abstain.
With Commissioner Chen abstaining, all other commissioners being present and voting aye, that motion passes.
Very good. Thank you, David. Thank you, commissioners. The next item is agenda item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and will require the commission to recess from this meeting and convene in closed session for the purpose stated. We anticipate returning from the closed session at approximately 6:15 p.m. Commissioners have been emailed a link to the separate Zoom meeting for the closed session. In just a moment, I will ask commissioners to log off of this meeting and join the closed session. But before we recess, I'd like to ask David if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item.
None that came in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on the closed session item, you're welcome to do so now by raising a virtual hand. Click the raise hand button on Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in by phone. I'm going to start with checking with Merrill. Just a moment. Merrill, did you want to address the commission on the closed session item? You may need to unmute yourself.
I'd like to speak on the redistricting item, not this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Telephone number ending 8771. Did you wish to address the commission on the closed session matter? You may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay, thank you. Leonard Villarreal.
Yes, sir. Hi, can you hear or see me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so I apologize again. Took me a bit to get into the meeting. So I just you're gonna go into a closed session prior to this redistricting item, and how long do you anticipate that lasting? And should we remain on Zoom or what?
You should remain on Zoom. There'll be a message that comes up on Zoom indicating that the commission is in closed session. The estimated time for reconvening is 6:15.
Okay, that's interesting. And there's no chance in doing the closed session after everybody's hanging out to talk about redistricting?
No, it's scheduled for this time.
Okay, then thank you. I'll stand by.
Jane Babredis, you wish to address the commission on the closed session matter? You need to unmute yourself by clicking the unmute button on Zoom. Jane Babredis. Okay. Steve Dula, did I already get to Steve Dula?
No, I was just curious, what is the closed session topic?
It's listed on the agenda in accordance with the law. It reads significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code 54956.9. beyond that, it can't be discussed in public.
That's fine. Thank you for the clarification. That was all.
Thank you.
I too am standing by to wait for the redrawing of the maps issue.
Okay, thank you. Chair Beam, I believe that concludes public comment on the closed session matter.
Thank you, David. And again, thanks to members of the public for understanding and being patient with our agenda, which is influenced by a number of factors, but we still very much value and appreciate your contributions and your patience in making those contributions. David, before we proceed further, let me just ask, can you tell us how many requests we have for public comment on agenda item 6, where the redistricting map issues will be raised? I'd like to give members of the public an estimate of anticipated time limits for group and individual comments so that they can plan their statements accordingly while we're in closed session.
Just a moment. I have about 35 listed. One is a group presentation of 2 people, but 33 individuals and 1 group presentation consisting of 2 people.
Okay, so at least for now, we will plan on our usual time limits of 3 minutes for individuals, correct, David?
Yes,
And for the group?
10 minutes.
Very good. So members of the public, please understand for right now, at least, and we'll have to reevaluate this when we return from closed session. But for right now, it will be a 3-minute time limit for individuals, 10 minutes for the group that's requested. Very good. So I now ask commissioners to leave this meeting and join the separate Zoom meeting for the closed session. This public meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission will continue for any reportable actions out of the closed session and for the subsequent agenda items. During this time, while we're in closed session, staff will display a slide notifying the public that the commission is meeting in closed session and will provide another update if our return from closed session is delayed. We will now take a break of no longer than 10 minutes to allow commissioners to connect before starting the closed session. But please, commissioners, if at all possible, be on within 10 minutes. Thank you. Members of the public, thank you for your patience. We'll be reconvening in just a moment. Very well. Let me just make sure Clerk Hall is back with us too.
I am.
Very good, David. I think we are back with all commissioners. Commissioner Diaz had to leave.
We do have enough for a quorum. Yes.
Very good.
Okay.
So noting that the time is 6:30, let me welcome back commissioners and the public to our special meeting of the IRC. At this time, we turn to agenda item 5, and we'll hear from IRC Counsel Marguerite Leone. Marguerite, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Boehm, and there are no reportable actions out of the closed session.
Very good. Thank you for that. We turn to agenda item 6. Let me first read the agenda item for the record, then explain to commissioners and the public in more detail how we'll plan to proceed. The agenda item reads at present as follows: communities of interest update and maps submitted by the public, presentation and discussion of IRC draft maps 13A, 13B, and 14, and discussion and possible approval of direction to flow analytics regarding IRC draft maps. So I'll first offer some introductory comments, then we'll hear public comment, which I'm sure will be as valuable as always. Let me ask the clerk again to update us on the number of requests we have for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We now have 49 requests for public comment, 3 of which are requests for group presentation.
I'm sorry, 3 of which?
3, yes. And again, for members of the public, we define a group presentation as 2 or more people speaking during the presentation, not speaking on behalf of another group. Thank you, Chair Boehm.
Thank you. Doing the math in my head, and I promise to give members of the public a chance to revise their remarks. I'm afraid we're going to need to impose a further limit on time. David, if we have a limit of 2 minutes for comments from individuals, what will be the limit for groups?
6 minutes would seem about 2/3 of the normal time limit.
Very good. So that's, unless commissioners have an objection, that's what we'll pursue. 2 minutes for individuals, 6 minutes for groups. Not seeing any objection. Thank you for your patience on that. Now, after we finish with public comment, I'd like to turn to our IRC demographer, Flow Analytics, to do just what we said in the first part of the agenda. Update our community of interest information, provide information on the maps received from the public prior to today, including public submitted maps numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10, and the current IRC draft maps created in response to direction approved at our November 13th meeting. Those again, 13A, 13B, and 14. All 7 maps, the 3 from our demographer and the 4 from the public, are posted on the IRC website. We will, of course, take appropriate pauses during that presentation and discussion as needed for clarifying questions from commissioners. After that, what I'd like to do is turn to commissioners, turn to Flo for a brief summary of the survey that commissioners filled out, the responses of which have now been posted. Those responses were also filled out in advance of the meeting today, but then returned to Flo. Commissioners then can offer any other thoughts about the information and public comment presented today, as well as their inputs for the survey in statements of approximately 1 minute or less. After those initial statements, we'll turn to a more open discussion, the kind of discussion I think several commissioners have been requesting. I'll provide more detail on that later. For right now, though, let me point out to commissioners and the public, it would be best to finish today, from my perspective, with a better idea of next steps for our next meeting to be held on December 2nd and 3rd. It is likely we will still have a few key issues to resolve at that point, but I would hope we could do so drawing on only one, or if necessary, 2 maps. Whether we get down to 1 or 2 maps today, as well as whether we need any formal motions to that extent or on other issues, is completely up to the commission, of course. For my part as chair, I would be perfectly comfortable with no motions resulting from today's meeting to revise existing maps, although I would hope we could have a motion to decide which map, or if necessary, maps we would move forward to consider on December 2nd and 3rd. In other words, and to sum up, commissioners ideally will finish today with agreement on all but 2 matters. First, whether and how to agree that we will not raise more than 2 or 3 specific questions to be resolved at our next meeting, with the understanding that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. But anything we emerge from today, ideally, we have agreement on all the issues we've been discussing and will discuss today, except for 2 or 3 key issues. And secondly, for today, ideally, which 1 or 2 maps shall we move forward to help us resolve those questions? Okay. I'll ask commissioners to consider that while listening carefully to the public comment we're about to hear. And I promise you a chance to weigh in on that process after we hear from the public. But with that, given the numbers of public requests we have, I'd like to turn to David, unless there are any urgent questions from commissioners. Seeing none. David, would you please let us know if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item and allow them to proceed in the fashion we've described?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We now have 48 individual speakers and 3 groups who have requested to speak. All members of the public who would like to address the commission, please raise a virtual hand at this time by pressing the raise hand button on Zoom, or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. I'll be calling speakers by name or by the last 4 digits of your phone number. You will hear or see a notification that you have been given permission to speak. You will then need to unmute yourself. Callers should dial *6 to unmute yourself. If you're agreeable to doing so, please state your name for the record. If you are an elected official or member of a board, commission, or committee, please let us know if you're speaking in your official capacity. Please self-regulate your time using the timer on the screen to avoid being cut off by the clerk. We will begin with Steve Dula, followed by Mark Sigmund Insurance Company. Steve Dula, you have 2 minutes to address the commission. You'll need to unmute yourself by pressing the unmute button on Zoom. Steve Dula, are you there? We don't hear you. I'm going to come back to you. We'll hear from Mark Sigmund, followed by Council Member Phil Ortiz. Mark Sigmund Insurance Agency, you have 2 minutes.
First of all, I just would like to thank the commissioners for allowing me to speak to you tonight on this subject that we're going to have to live with over the next 10 years. My name is Mark Sigmund. I'm a resident of Fallbrook. I'm a business owner with my insurance agency also located here. I represent clients throughout California. I'm a retired Navy veteran, community leader, a volunteer, a servant, and a passionate advocate. I also spoke on the Redistricting Commission regarding the state last month, so I'm honored again to do it again tonight. This past Monday night, Commissioner Garcia graciously attended our planning group meeting here in Fallbrook. I learned about this process, and believe me, I don't envy any of you for having to try to balance all of the census requirements and all of the input you receive. I just ask you what is really truly the end result. Most of the time, life here in Fallbrook is relatively peaceful. We have many nonprofits and community-minded people who rally around each other at the drop of a hat. We share resources such as our fire, police, water and legal issues. But I also have to bring up some things that say that when we live in these unincorporated areas, it doesn't really make sense for us to group with people in Del Mar or Poway just because the numbers may balance out. We're more than that. Our communities of Palo, Rainbow, Valley Center, and even Borrego Springs have more in common than we do with each other. But I really have to ask you, when you start looking at the map, such as in map 14, as a veteran, our sailors and Marines that are stationed at Camp Pendleton have a choice of school enrollment as long as those schools reside in the same district and receive funding where they reside. According to some of these maps, the options would be either Fallbrook or Poway, eliminating schools in San Marcos, Fisto, and Escondido. It makes absolutely no sense. Did you ignore the segment of our community or just simply disregard them? Anyway, I think that we need to keep District 5 the same way that it is. If you have to take somebody out, do it east of Valley Center. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Member Phil Ortiz, followed by Steve Dula. You have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, thank you very much, commissioners. Appreciate your time. My name is Phil Ortiz. I'm the current District 4 representative, city council member in the city of El Cajon. Thank you for your time and your volunteer effort for taking this huge task in redistricting. I appreciate all your efforts. I want to stress the importance of getting right to it, keeping East County communities and cities together. We are our own community of interest. Historically, we have been in a community of interest, and some of the points I'll say speak to that. We have the same hospital district. We have the same school districts. We have the same water district. We just signed a JPA for a clean, pure water facility that we're starting up in East County. Santee and El Cajon border Gillespie Field, which is a huge East County regional asset. We work closely with not only the airport authority, but Santee and El Cajon's council regarding this regional asset. El Cajon is the gateway to the rural part of East County, and it has traditionally been viewed as East County. El Cajon has more in common with Lakeside, Santee, Alpine, Jamul, Rancho San Diego than it does with San Diego or Lemon Grove. We have code that allows chickens to be raised in El Cajon, adjacent to horse properties, adjacent to goat farmers. And so we have our Chamber of Commerce, affectionately named the East County Chamber of Commerce. So I know that there's a large Middle Eastern population in El Cajon, and there needs to be made a distinction between the different populations from the Middle East. Our Chaldean population from Iraq extends into Jamul and Rancho San Diego. It's not all just the Muslim population. So we need to make sure we're treating these communities equitably. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Dula, followed by JP The Burge. Steve Dula, you'll need to unmute yourself.
There, it didn't give me the option to unmute on the, I think I'm actually logged in twice.
I see.
I am here because I got an email from the San Diego Gun Owners Association, and it basically says every 10 years after the census, the lines are redrawn, and unfortunately, under the new maps, rural and East San Diego seats are completely torn apart and shoved into densely urban areas in a way that makes no sense. We're not a partisan organization, but it is clear that this map proposal is specifically designed so that Democrats can eliminate all 5 Republican districts in the San Diego and eliminate our Second Amendment supporters. So basically it was a call to arms to please show up. And when I looked at what the closed session meeting was about, I actually looked it up. It says, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to prevent a legislative body of a local agency based on advice from its legal counsel from holding a closed session to confer with or receive advice from its legal counsel regarding pending litigation when discussion in open session concerning those matters would prejudice the position of the local agency in the litigation. And then in the agenda, it says it's specifically item D, which is for purposes of this section, litigation shall be considered pending when any of the following circumstances, and then the agenda said subpoint 2, which is a point has been reached where in the opinion of the legislative body and of the
Thank you,
local
sir.
agency on the advice of the legal counsel based on existing facts and circumstances,
Sir, your
there's
time is up.
significant exposure to litigation against the agency. And
Thank
I
you, sir. JP The Burge, followed by Kathy Steele.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. My name is JP Theberge. I'm the chair of the Elfin Forest Harmony Grove Town Council. It's a town council that's been around for 45 years. Our community itself has actually been around since the late 1890s in Harmony Grove. We want to weigh in on something really important to us, which is that 2 of the 3 maps is splitting our community in half. So Harmony Grove is being split up into, in both 13A and 14 are being split into districts that are separate from Elfin Forest. As a representative of both communities, we are adamantly opposed to being separated. We have multiple joint interests. For example, we are represented by one town council, which is elected by both members of Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove communities. We're represented by the San Diego Planning Group, which also includes Rancho Santa Fe. We participate in multiple community-wide events every year. Our Valley-wide 4th of July picnic and parade, that's 45 years running. We have a fire safe council that represents all of the communities. We have a community foundation that also represents both Harmony Grove and Elfin Forest, and we are in the same fire district, Rancho Santa Fe Fire. Splitting us up would be a big problem. I was listening to the gentleman earlier. If you are looking to go forward with map 13A, which doesn't favor us, I would respectfully ask that you unite our communities, bring us into the coastal, if that's an option, by maybe pushing El Cajon back into the East County, which is where it belongs and where the gentleman earlier has said, and maybe shifting some of the early middle district up into Kearney Mesa and Linda Vista, and by basically consolidating our community so we don't get disenfranchised. So please consider either 13B or 13A with the consolidated Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove. I've submitted a map so you can see what that looks like. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Kathy Steele, followed by Kim Kohler.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your hard work and listening to the many communities of interest during these past few months. I was at your first public meeting and I will be at your last because I believe so strongly in this process. Tonight, I'd like to speak in support of moving forward with map 14. You have heard from our many community members from all over the county for weeks now, sharing their communities of interest. Map 14 is the only map that responds to the months of public feedback you've received and keeps communities and regions together in a sensible way. Map 14 respects all the voices this commission has heard from, including the API communities who want to be together in a coastal district. Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, and Carmel Valley do not belong in a rural district, a border district that respects the South County Latino community, the 78 corridor cities together in one district, a central San Diego district that empowers not only immigrant and refugee communities, but the LGBTQ community as well, and an East County district that unites as many rural communities of interest as possible. Maps 13A and 13B ignore months of public testimony from the many diverse communities of interest in San Diego County. Their voices have been drowned out for too long, and it's time for them to be heard. I believe that map 14 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in our county. I urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with map 14 tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Kim Kohler, followed by Dolores McQuiston. Kim Kohler, you may need to unmute yourself. Go ahead, we should be able to hear you now. We're not hearing you, although you do look to be unmuted. Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Kim Kohler. Dolores McQuiston, followed by Luis. Dolores, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to I'm sorry. I'd like to thank you for all the work that you've done in this process. And I would like to recommend map 14 because it keeps the area together and it should be together. That's my comments, and I thank you very much for all the work you've done.
Thank you. Luis, and then we'll come back to Kim Kohler.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Luis Montero Adams. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center and in support of draft map 14. You've heard me speak in this commission in the past as a strong advocate for the LGBTQ community of interest. But tonight I also wanted to voice that although we do not believe that draft map 14 is perfect, we want to voice our support of keeping Escondido with its fellow I-78 corridor communities. I also believe that the communities of National City, Chula Vista, and San Diego City Council District 8 should be united in District 1. Draft map 14 also maintains the PANA map that empowers the historic LGBTQ community of interest, the Black community of interest from Southeast San Diego to La Mesa and El Cajon, and all other maps rip this apart in combinations that just don't make sense. Lastly, I want to voice my absolute dismay with draft map 13B, which divides and disempowers San Diego's LGBTQ community of interest by splitting the heart of our community in half. This commission cannot move forward with a map that uses the 163 freeway as a dividing line and separates both halves of Hillcrest. For example, the San Diego LGBT Community Center administrative building sits on one side in one district, while Hillcrest sits on another. For 3 decades, San Diego has been a leader in empowering the LGBTQ community of interest, and moving forward with draft map 13B would absolutely decimate our community. Please do not move forward with 13B and support map 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Kohler, followed by Kathy Cassell. Kim Kohler. Kim, I see that you've unmuted yourself, but we still can't hear you. We're not hearing you at all, Kim. You may need to adjust your microphone, or not sure what technical help to give you. I'll try back with you. Kathy Cassell, followed by Aiden Lynn.
I'm Kathy Castle, President and CEO of the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce. I completely understand how difficult this task has been, and it's impossible to please everyone. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have been clearly heard, nor has our concerns been addressed with these new draft maps. I can't emphasize this enough. We have nothing in common with Kearny Mesa or any other community in the city of San Diego. There are so many differences in the way our way of life compared to East County. Again, we ask, please stop lumping us together with Mira Mesa, Serra Mesa, Kearny Mesa, and Rancho Santa Fe. Our district must include Lakeside, Santee, Ramona, Alpine, El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and Spring Valley. Please keep our East County whole. To continue with splitting up our East County communities will create a district with unfair, inappropriate representation. My community's access to fair allocation of resources and effective governance depends on your decisions. I strongly urge you to go back to and adopt the map, sdcountyredistrictingmap.org/supervisor, which is a better fit for Lakeside, Verona Band of Mission Indians in all of East County. Thank you.
Thank you. Eden Lind, followed by Travis Lyon.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Aiden Lin, and I am a student at UC San Diego. I currently serve as the Associate Vice President of Local Affairs with the Associated Students of UC San Diego, and I'm also the Executive Director of Our Time to Act United, a 501c3 youth empowerment nonprofit. Tonight, I'm speaking as an individual. Over the past 4 months, I've been extensively involved with bringing student voices at the table, to the table for city redistricting, and now I'm here to support and advocate for UC San Diego students at the county level. For some necessary context, more than 40,000 students make up the UC San Diego student population. Only 16,000 students currently live on campus. The rest of our student body is spread out in nearby communities. These communities include North University City, Mira Mesa, Sorrento Valley, and even North Claremont. In the county, these locations should reside with the same district to protect and empower student representation. Furthermore, the UC San Diego student body is incredibly diverse. The largest demographic group is Asian at 37.1%, followed by Latino at 20.8%, and then white at 19%. This diversity is celebrated on and off campus, and as such, students deserve and demand equitable representation for BIPOC communities, especially within our own county district. As such, the AAPI population in District 3 should be maximized to create a district that reflects the diversity of our community. I support Map 14. It unites student-populated areas by drawing UC San Diego campus, University City, Mira Mesa, and Claremont into one district. It also does not diminish the total AAPI population. Map 13A and 13B both fail to accomplish these goals. Students are the rising leaders of San Diegan cities and county. I hope you take our voices into consideration as you do the important work of determining how we are represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis Lyon, followed by Esther Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Travis Lyon. I'm the chair of the Alpine Community Planning Group. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Alpine Community Planning Group. I would first want to thank, just as the other callers have, I understand this has been a difficult task, and I really appreciate the commissioners volunteering their time because it's an important one. I think I want to echo similar comments to Councilmember Ortiz. I think the commission has heard the voices of East County. I think they've recognized that we're a community of interest that is important to keep intact. I believe maps 13A are making strides towards that, along with other public maps submitted. I'd like the commission to consider moving El Cajon, the city of El Cajon, and the community of Rancho San Diego into East County's district where they belong. I spoke at a meeting on October 28th and vocalized some of the efficiencies in government. And I just want to point out again, I live in Alpine. Our kids go to school in the Grossmont Union High School District in the city of El Cajon. The idea that I would have a supervisor who represents my community, but not the high schools and the high school district where our kids go to school just doesn't make sense. I also want to urge the commission to consider what I think Commissioner Kugliak said at a previous meeting. You know, are we not hearing from a lot of the community because they're happy with the maps as they are? And I understand we might be too far down that road, but I want the commission to consider and keep at the forefront of their decision-making effective and efficient governance. And I think you have to understand that the agencies and the local governments that have built over decades are results of the existing maps, and I don't think we should rip them up. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Esther Sanchez, followed by Tim O'Healy.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for all your work, for all your hard work. My name is Esther Sanchez. I am mayor of the city of Oceanside, am speaking on my behalf. As someone who has lived all her life in Oceanside, born and raised, part of like 5 generations of Oceanside family. When my parents came here, my grandparents came here as farm workers. What I urge tonight is that you support and move forward with 13A. 13A does show keep the integrity of the North County, that District 5, especially with respect to the Latino community. That includes Fallbrook as well as Escondido. It has there is racially polarized voting in this area, and we feel that 13A really does go a long way towards addressing that with respect to the Voting Rights Act. And also, if you would consider modifying it so that Elfin Forest it remains intact. But I think 13A, and I know that you have heard from a lot of folks, 13A really does keep the integrity of many of our communities, especially with respect to District 5. It also allows for 2 districts that have significant parts of the unincorporated areas, and again will really help us, number one, to address the issue with Escondido having been pulled out 20 years ago, bring it back in, and number 2, maintaining Fallbrook within this area. Thank you so much, and thank you for this evening. Bye.
Thank you. Tim O'Healy, and then we'll return to Kim Kohler.
My name is Tim O'Healy. I live in Carlsbad, and I'm a disabled Marine veteran. I've spoken to the redistricting committee before and would prefer to speak in person. However, my disabilities make that difficult. We have a large concentration of veterans in Oceanside, Vista, Carlsbad, San Marcos, and Escondido. One of the largest in the country, and we have for decades been a community with community and common interests. The 78 has been our life's blood since Camp Pendleton was established in 1942. Veterans have requirements, needs, interests, and require resources that are oftentimes not shared by other groups. Splitting the veteran community would have a detrimental effect on our ability to share a common voice to advocate for our veterans. We earn unified representation through our sacrifices and service to our fellow citizens. I support MAP 14 and urge the committee to adopt MAP 14 so as not to dilute the unified voice of our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Kohler, followed by Janina Ericat. Kim Kohler. If you can, go ahead, Kim. Okay, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Go to Janine Ericat, followed by Judy Schuer.
Good evening, commissioners. It's Janine Ericat with PANA again. I want to thank you again, as always, for your continued dedication, service, and thoughtful engagement in this process and the continued community of interest that you hear. And I want to thank you for working hard to incorporate the PANA community map recommendations into draft maps. I understand that you have a difficult job in balancing communities of interest, population, VRA, and other criteria. And while some leaders in local government expressed a preference for maintaining districts, and we understand their concerns, it overlooks the changing demographics in the past 30 years. Efforts to maintain districts, specifically East County, disempower the growing voice of the growing Black, Indigenous, people of color, refugee, and immigrant communities, many who had to leave areas like City Heights and Encanto, who were pushed out into areas like El Cajon, Rancho, San Diego, and affordable housing. I encourage you to continue to take into consideration all the community of interest testimony you've been hearing since the beginning of the year based on socioeconomic status, experiences, and policy concerns, and to not make any motions tonight. You have an opportunity to reimagine the county, and the beauty of our county is its rich diversity, and we hope the lines drawn leave room for diversity to flourish and keep refugees together so they can advocate for more just resettlement policies that lead to family-sustaining jobs, healthy housing, an equal chance to build a new and successful life in our county. And I'd like to state that when we talk about the Arab and Middle Eastern community in El Cajon, we're also talking about our Chaldean and Christian community and not just the Muslim community. Although many inhabit the same grocery stores, their kids go to the same school, and they hang out at the same park. So again, just want to uplift that you keep El Cajon included with its fellow peers in City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Paradise Hills, and continue to uplift the diversity of the API community, Latino community, and others who have continued to speak in this process. Thank you and have a great rest of your night.
Thank you. Judy Schuer, followed by Leticia Maldonado Stamos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. My name is Judy Shore. I've lived in Lakeside for over 60 years. I know you've heard plenty of testimony in support of keeping existing East County boundaries intact. However, there are still some perplexing additions in your maps that include areas of San Diego that are not in any way connected to East County culture, law enforcement, or school districts that should be taken into consideration. First of all, maps 13A and map 14 exclude El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego, and still has those baffling areas of San Diego that include Mira Mesa and other city areas that are clearly very urban in nature and not at all a fit with the existing East County demographics. Map 13B, same as 13A, but inexplicably includes Rancho Santa Fe, which has the most expensive real estate in the county. It is nothing like East County. There's also a comment on map 13B, which suggests the development of a map variation to move from District 3 to District 4, the area bounded by SR 52 on the south, I-15 on the east, and SR 56. This still leaves that puzzling chunk of the city of San Diego in the Mira Mesa area east of I-15. It seems that the criteria being used to combine areas is by freeway pathways rather than actual demographics. I will say it again, this piece of the city of San Diego does not belong with what is designated currently as East County. Map 7, a public submitted map, is my choice for East County. It is basically the same as the existing county and has the same, or it has a population within parameters that are required for each district. This map does not address the rest of the county, but it seems to me that if this population is within the required number, it should be possible to use this map for East County and fit with map 14, except for including El Cajon, La Mesa, Spring Valley, Lemon Grove, and Rancho San Diego into East County. And I think that that area does recognize the demographic change and immigrant status there, and we support that. So we just want to say, please quit trying to fit the city of San Diego into East County. It's just not a proper fit. Thank you for your time and your hard work.
Thank you. Leticia Maldonado Stamos, followed by John Williams. Leticia, you may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. So my name is Leticia Maldonado Stamos, and you have heard from me before in the past, and I would just like to thank you once again for all of the hard work that you all are doing to accommodate the very, very many and diverse communities in San Diego County. As you know, as the first meetings that we went to, I submitted a map because it was not a map that had been presented at that point that would meet the needs of North County, which would include a District 5 or a North County district that would have Fallbrook and Escondido as part of it. After I submitted my map, another map came out, map 5, which I thought was a better map, and I supported that map. And I think that just that process going from my map to map 5 was encouraging. And now we have map 13A, which is an even better map. And all of this process, it's an encouraging activity that the community and you all have been involved with, and I appreciate that. I would like to speak again on behalf of map 13A as it keeps the COI of North County together, Escondido, Fallbrook. It receives support from a wide range of diverse groups, Latinos, business owners, seniors, agribusiness, and others. It honors the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act, which is to ensure voter participation and the ability for groups to elect a candidate of their choice. It also provides the opportunity for groups in our area to build alliances to work together to finally elect a candidate of their choice in the future. So again, I strongly urge, and I know that it's not perfect, I urge you to look at map 13A, tweak it as it needs to be, and please move forward in adopting that map. Thank you very much, and happy Thanksgiving to y'all.
Thank you. John Williams, followed by Misty O'Healy. John, you may need to unmute yourself. John, I'm still showing you as muted. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? All right,
Yes, we
thank
can.
you. Good evening, commission members. My name is John Williams, and I'm a small business owner and a homeowner from Escondido. Thank you for your time, work, and for your consideration. I ask you to consider map 14 because it has received the most public support from interested citizens who have taken the time to voice their thoughts to you and your redistricting efforts. It represents the most equitable distribution of our population and is probably the most balanced map for a proper democratic response to elections. Map 13A and B, I think, are intentional attempts to undermine the will of key communities and to fortify the power of other communities. Thank you for your time and good luck with your final decisions.
Thank you. Misty O'Healy, followed by Preston Brown.
Good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for all of your hard work. I know that this is a time when change is very hard, but is inevitable. And you have done a lot of work listening to all of the communities throughout the county. I am here to once again support map 14 as a resident of Carlsbad. I am also the spouse of a veteran and believe that the veteran community, the API community, LGBTQ community, the immigrant and refugee communities, and the Latino communities are best served and treated most equitably for their communities of interest in map 14. The 78 corridor is also respected in map 14. And I think that the entire community of San Diego County, including the rural areas of East County, will be best served in map 14, able to satisfy most of the needs. Although it may not be perfect, it will do its best to give representation to all of the communities of interest on an equal basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Preston Brown, followed by Christina Piggy Van Ankel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. I don't envy you at all. This is a tough puzzle. My name is Preston Brown. I'm the vice chair of the Humboldt Zurich Community Planning Group, and I'm speaking as an individual tonight. I spoke at the last meeting and made the point that in your earlier map draft, you seem to focus more on the intricacies of the coastal communities and had treated the rural East County as an afterthought, completing your drawing with lines of latitude to the east. But tonight, my points will be map 13 and A. While they received objections from a number of people, and I didn't consider those because I'm really looking from my point of view, and I'm letting them fill in their comments as they may, more on towards the coast. Maps 13A and B take a big step for recognizing East County, our connectivity, our unity, and that this is a complex region of the rural backcountry. In my comments last session, I stated that we are a multiplicity of communities of interest, and that by theme and tradition, this area belongs to a larger swath of rural land reaching from south to north. Tonight, I would like to make a comment on three issues. One of the communities of interest that unifies East County and is often invisible are the conservation communities. Right here in the southwestern region of the county, conservation groups have staged a battle for 30 years to preserve what has been scientifically agreed to as the most biodiverse land and species in the continental United States, and also the most threatened and endangered. From the border reaching all the way north to the north end of the county is an invisible connectivity of habitat and species. I'm making an argument here for the logic of the larger one district portion for East County. Also, map 14, I think this tries to follow the idea of a border region, but I think this is predominantly a concept and insupportable in practice and use. Border communities issues vary greatly. Having two representatives would not weaken representation of any issue or do any harm, but great potential harm could divide the East County into the, from the other latitudes and separating them in continuity and flow to the north.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Piggy Manonkill, followed by Larry Johnson.
Hello, my name is Christina Manonkill, and I'm an organizer with Asian Solidarity Collective. Thank you, commissioners, for all your energy and time put into this work and for listening to the people. We are urging you today, as this is a short notice, to continue listening to the people. For the past weeks, you have been hearing out from countless community members, many who do not have the privilege to attend on short notices or even call in. Therefore, we urge you to continue to listen and remember the input of the COIs that are shared by our communities. We support MAP 14 as is the best way to keep the API communities together with Mira Mesa, Carmel Valley, and UCSD and Convoy. It maximizes API presence, which is critical to build a stronger, more inclusive San Diego. MAP 14 is the only map that respects all the voices this commission has heard from. API communities linked with the coast, a border district that respects South County's Latinx community, the 78 cities together, a central San Diego district that empowers Black, Indigenous, people of color, Muslim, and immigrant and refugee LGBTQI+ communities proposed by PANA, and an East County district that unites as many rural communities and of interest as possible. MAP 13A and 13B ignore months of public testimony from our communities that are in solidarity and have been historically split, historically disenfranchised, historically impacted. Please take this opportunity to do something historically different, which would be to empower our most impacted communities. We believe MAP 14 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in the county. I urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with MAP 14 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Johnson, followed by Susie Hansen.
I'm Larry Johnson from Campo, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk to you again. And I greatly appreciate the effort that's gone into the maps that have been brought forward for tonight's consideration. I obviously am from East County, Campo. I'd like to say up front that I think that map 13A recognizes the effort that many people have talked about representing East County and trying to keep it together, the rural characteristics, the connectivity of planning groups and school districts and so forth. So I would like to support map 13A. 13B is almost as good, but not quite as good. Then I'd like to say about map 14. I'm amazed that it has so much support, but really not. When I listen to it, most of them are from coastal area, San Diego area, highly urbanized areas. And they obviously see a lot of things that they like. However, it is disastrous for the East County. So there may be some combination of taking the good parts that the coastal units like out of 14 and keeping 13A for the East County part. That's a good way of looking at that. Also noted that in one of the public maps that was submitted, public map 10, it has gotten a lot of recognition tonight, and it is very close to 13A. One thing that it does is it keeps El Cajon and some of the little surrounding communities in the East County. It doesn't take in and lump it towards the west. So my general statement is, I think 13A is good for East County. It could be modified a little bit to include El Cajon. Public map 10 is also looking very good. If there's some parts of 14 towards the west that might be combined in there, that may be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Hansen, followed by Meryl Adrian.
Okay, here I am. This is Susie. Let me get to, whoops, where'd it go? Here it is. I would like to thank the commissioners so much for all the time and effort they have put into this, into all the map reading and all the maps getting together and everything. I would like to note that map 14 seems to keep everybody happy. It keeps the 78 corridor together. It keeps the API communities together. It keeps East County together where they should be. And I highly encourage you to use map 14 as a basis for redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. Meryl Adrian, followed by Victoria Floyd.
Yes, thank you. I'm Meryl Adrian, and I'd like to acknowledge the very difficult tasks that you've been assigned here, and thank you for all your efforts. Now, as a 50-year resident of San Diego County, I'd like to express my concerns about the splitting up of the East County rural areas. I'm sure you're aware that creating legislative districts is not just about numbers of people, but rather making sure that people are being fairly represented and giving them a voice in our democracy. People of common values, interests, and concerns should have representation that reflects these commonalities. Rural areas such as Jamul, Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon face challenges and have more in common with the East County communities of Lakeside, Santee, Alpine, and Ramona. I'm confused as why rural areas are being merged into dense urban areas and thereby losing their voice. I do not think that this is equitable, and it's a great disservice to the people of San Diego County in general. I urge you to reconsider your original proposal and keep these communities and their unique needs in mind as you carry out your independent and nonpartisan responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Floyd, followed by Leonard Villarreal.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tori Floyd. I'm a lifelong Jamul resident, and I identify with being a resident of East County, San Diego. The current drafts of the maps that individually exclude or have excluded Jamul, Spring Valley, La Mesa, and El Cajon need to be changed to include all of our East County communities. Jamul is rural in nature, and we share the same property, equestrian, recreational, business, open space, and fire prevention concerns and interests as our Lakeside, Ramona, Alpine, Julian, Spring Valley, El Cajon, and La Mesa neighbors. I know this district in and out. I've lived and worked here my whole life. I've worked for the county supervisor and the current county supervisor, and I know the residents better than most. We all shop, dine, work, go to school, and support each other in each other's communities. We have the same corridors of commerce with the Interstate 8, 125, and the 94. We all share the same values and are your blue collar and small business owners in the region. I'm from Jamul, and I went to high school in El Cajon with the Chaldean population of the district, and many of us live in Jamul together now. These individuals are like-minded to us and own many franchises and small businesses all over East County. They too live in and are raising families in Rancho San Diego, Jamul, El Cajon, La Mesa, etc. There's a false narrative going on right now that El Cajon should be grouped with other parts of San Diego, when in reality, they identify with us and our organizations and interest groups more than any other part of the region. We are all East County, and the current maps need to be reconsidered to include all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Leonard Villarreal, followed by Mariko Nakawatase.
Good evening, and thank you. Hope you can hear, correct?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes.
Appreciate your time and your efforts as commissioners trying to juggle operating chainsaws. Not a pleasant task whatsoever. New to the game, also from Jamul. So the last speaker I very much agree with. One of your early speakers I also agreed with, which was Phil Ortiz. So as part of that, from what I can see so far, map 10 keeps in mind that East County content most people were talking about in terms of the like-minded individuals. So Jamul should be part of that area, including El Cajon, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, and so on and so forth. So you got a lot on your plate. I appreciate the opportunity, but it's a difficult task, but please keep the East County together, which would include Jamul as part of what I believe to be a map 10, which is a greater picture of that green East County area. So again, thank you very much. Your task is not easy, but it's harder. It's easier to count marbles than it is to check the emotions and desires of the people. So I appreciate your efforts and your task. So please do everything you can to keep the East County community together. Thank you and Godspeed.
Thank you. Mariko Nakawatase, followed by Marlon Mansour.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I do appreciate the work you do because I know, and we all know, the importance of redistricting. I have had the pleasure of living in San Diego all of my life. I was born and raised in the South Bay, specifically Imperial Beach, and I currently live in East County. I hope to, be a future homeowner back in the South Bay, and I want to speak in favor of either map 13A or map 13B, specifically because I know the needs and concerns of both communities. I don't believe that any part of the rural unincorporated area should be with the South Bay community, just purely for the fact of both of those needs are different. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marlon Mansour, followed by Luca Barton.
Good evening, Commission. Thank you so much for your time and taking the public's comments. My name is Marlon Mansour. I'm the president of the Neighborhood Market Association, a nonprofit organization consisting of hundreds of businesses down here locally in San Diego, many of which are of the Chaldean Christian population, and many of which both reside and operate their businesses in the El Cajon, Santee, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, and other parts of what we all know as East County. Currently, the proposals put in place would break apart East County as it currently is constituted. Many speakers before have talked about the various district lines, water lines, school districts that would be torn apart because of these proposals. I ask and urge you to reconsider the East County proposals as it pertains to the cultural and identity-based effects that these proposals and their enactments would have on East County and Chaldean Christians today, many of which who operate businesses and serve their communities and have come from the country of Iraq, came to America for a voice and a better opportunity. Essentially, enacting these proposals would dilute their voice and silence the voice that they have just received. I thank you all for your time and encourage and urge you to rethink the East County proposals. Thank you so much. Have a great night and take care.
Thank you. Luca
David?
Barton, followed by Diana.
David?
Yes.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to surprise anyone. I apparently am going to have a forced restart on my computer and may disappear for a few minutes. If that happens, I'm going to name Co-Vice Chair Garcia as acting chair until I can get back. I'll be right back as quickly as I can. Sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead.
Sure. Luca Barton, followed by Diana Aguirre. Luca?
Hi there. Yeah, this is Luca Barton. I want to thank all the commissioners for all their work. I know it's a lot of work over these months listening to the community and trying to make sure that map districts are equitable. And I think we have a really great chance in order to empower communities that have typically been out of the districting or have been districted or sorry, have been divided due to districting in the past. And I want to support moving forward with map 14. It seems to be the only map that responds to months of public feedback that has been received. And in order to keep communities and regions together, in order to have their voice heard. And so, yeah, I mean, some of these things are having the API communities linked with the coast, a border district that respects South County's Latino community, keeping the 78 corridor cities together that are intrinsically tied, a central San Diego district that empowers the immigrant and refugee communities and the LGBTQ community, and definitely an East Coast County district that unites as many rural communities of interest as possible. Some of the other maps, like map 13A, shove suburban API communities with the rural East County, which again divides their potential power in organizing in order to have their voice heard. And then map 13B seems to be even less great, with Claremont moving into South County. I used to live in University City, and that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So yeah, again, I just really want to urge the commissioners to vote for map 14. It seems balanced, fair, and it works well for the entire county. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Diana Aguirre, followed by Rob Howard.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Diana Aguirre, and I'm a resident of Carlsbad. I wanted to thank you so much for all the hard work you've done these past few months, taking input from our communities of interests. I appreciate it. I've also participated with several of the public meetings, and tonight I am asking the commission to adopt draft map 14. Our county has seen a change in populations. Population just in general is increasing. There have been several developments across the county. So now many perhaps rural areas are now considered urban. And of course, there's been also an increase in different races and ethnicities over the last 10 years. And I, along with other community of interest that have participated in this process the last several months, believe draft map 14 serves a greater good of our county, especially groups and communities that have not been represented in the past. So it's important that we give the areas and populations, communities that have seen considerable growth in the last 10 years representation. Seems that map 14, being a resident of Carlsbad, keeps the 78 corridor cities together. It includes Carlsbad. I want to point out that map 13 does not include Carlsbad as part of the 78. And then as far as for other communities of interest, map 14 provides a central San Diego district that empowers immigrants and refugee communities and the LGBTQ community. And then the East County is represented with as many rural communities as possible. Please do not support, I do not like map 13 and 13B. I think Luca had made some points before I did. And again, just map 14 seems to represent our communities of today. So I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. Rob Howard, followed by Jen LaBarbera.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Rob Howard. I'm a resident of Oceanside, a disabled veteran of the United States Navy, and an over 30-year career utility worker. I am, first, let me say thank you. What you're doing for many, this is the opportunity we have, that we have an independent redistricting commission doing this work. In the past, it was done by those who were elected, and we understand how those maps can come out when your influence is based on you winning. I've talked to quite a few people in the community. I spend a lot of time in the community. I chair my church's board. I volunteer for other organizations, and I get a feel for understanding that we all get focused on what best benefits us. I am here asking for your support of map 14. Is it perfect? No. People have talked earlier about some of the different things we can do, but as an independent redistricting commission, I am asking you to look at what map 14 does. As an African-American living in North County, my numbers are low. However, I do know map 14 keeps a large chunk of African-Americans with a voice down in the southern part of the county. It also keeps the AAPI community together. I mean, it's got what we say we want from independent redistricting, and that is to give the voice to as many people as we can. Are you going to make everyone happy? No, but I believe 14 has more people who, while everyone is not excited about it, I believe it is something we can live with. So I ask for your support of map 14 and not the other two that we have on the table today. And again, thank you so much. And I appreciate the work, because trust me, it's tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen LaBarbera, followed by the telephone number ending 6296.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you. My name is Jen LaBarbera. My pronouns are they and she. I'm a resident of Normal Heights in San Diego, and I'm also with San Diego Pride. So first, of course, thank you for your hard work. You have a really difficult task in attempting to create equitable maps for the entire county. I want to speak in support of moving forward with map 14, which is the only map that responds to the months of public feedback that you've received. At San Diego Pride, we're particularly concerned about the impact of the redistricting process on many communities of interest, but particularly LGBTQ communities and communities of color, and the many folks that live at the intersections of these identities. Map 14 respects those voices, including the LGBTQ community. In the city of San Diego, our city District 3 was one of the first districts in the country to be developed in response to the community input for an LGBTQ community of interest. It's our job to continue that advocacy. Please maintain the LGBTQ community of interest together by uniting the areas south of the 8, north of the 94, and east of the 5. To be clear, I'm adamantly opposed to both 13 maps, but particularly opposed to 13B, which in a good attempt to create an East County community of interest, map 13B is decimated and snaked through other communities of interest, like pulling AAPI communities into a district with Pine Valley and Ramona, which is a non-starter. But specifically for me, I'm concerned that it actively divides and cracks the heart of the LGBTQ community in Hillcrest. Separating the two parts of Hillcrest along the 163 is absolutely unacceptable and would decimate the power of the LGBTQ community in San Diego. We believe that map 14 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in the county. I urge the commission to listen to our community members and move forward with map 14 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 6296, followed by Mike Fredenberg. Press *6 to go ahead.
Hi, my name is James Severs, and I'm from El Cajon. And me and my friends, many of them which are Middle Eastern and small businesses, and my neighbors identify with the East County residents. We share the same values, concerns, and interests as all other communities in the East County. We feel that right now our voices are going to be muted if we get pulled into another district. We're concerned. I am a small business owner and not going to be, and I don't want to be drowned out by being grouped with the city of San Diego or other parts of Central and North County. I feel very strongly that the majority of El Cajon agrees that we belong in the same district as Lakeside, Ramona, Jamul, and Rancho San Diego. Please reconsider the maps and keep our East County communities together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Fredenberg, followed by the telephone number ending 8967.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mike Friedenberg, City of La Mesa resident homeowner. Thank you for your service. I want to address something that I've not really heard addressed here enough tonight, is that the Board of Supervisors represents two basic groups. They represent countywide, and the countywide role, there is Department of Health, the HHSA, weights and measures, things like that. And they represent all the county residents, including those living in the cities and those living in unincorporated areas. And in that role, they're basically acting as agents of the state. They have not a whole lot of discretion, but they're basically very prescribed. But the other role is that they effectively act as the city council for the unincorporated area residents. That is their city council. Everybody else living in cities, San Diego, Escondido, El Cajon, they have their city councils that they elect and that they have influence over. Unfortunately, unincorporated area residents are second-class citizens. They basically have, a lot of times the Board of Supervisors is making decisions for people who never voted for them, by people who can never vote against them. So you as the districting commission have a responsibility to make sure you do not dilute the voting power of the unincorporated residents. And unfortunately, all these maps to some degrees take a step backwards from what we had from the 2010 census. The worst map by far is the map 14, because what that does is it dilutes and it shoves all the unincorporated residents basically into one district, meaning that they at most will have one supervisor that really has to pay attention to them. There's 530,000 unincorporated area residents. That basically, to be politically viable, the most that they can really be political viable in is two districts. So you need to focus on a solution that gets the unincorporated area residents into two districts so they can be represented. Everybody else, all these other communities of interest have their city councils representing them. The unincorporated residents only have the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 8967, followed by Crystal Irving. Dial *6 to unmute yourself. 8967.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Victor Lopez. I'm the executive director of the Lincoln Club. I'm speaking on my own personal behalf. Commissioners, just want to thank you guys for taking the time to work on these maps today. I'm sure there's nothing better you like to do on a Friday evening. So I want to thank you again for that. I'm going to kind of speak a little broadly today. You know, I didn't get the chance to speak in the last meeting for technical difficulties. But basically, it seems pretty clear. There is a huge trend right now that we're getting from the community that is, you know, it's all basically headed towards the same direction, which is vouching for these maps that you can find at sdcounty.redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. You know, as a lifelong San Diegan, it's not hard to see that these maps are not representative of the population. We can't start diluting things like, you know, people like with Asian voices or the Chaldean voices in a county where we're pursuing equity, you know. And then El Cajon, for example, El Cajon, Rancho, San Diego, and Spring Valley, those are not in East County. You know, making these changes, you have to consider that making these changes would help, like, remove like Serra Mesa, Mira Mesa, and Carino Mesa to bring Central San Diego, the districts, and bring all these other areas back to East County. East County needs to be represented and needs to stay united. So I highly encourage that we follow the sdcounty.redistrictingmap.org/supervisors and please, you know, reconsider these maps. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Irving, followed by Georgine Tomasi.
Hi, my name is Crystal Irving, and I'm president of SEIU Local 221, representing county workers and a resident of District 4. I'm here today once again to urge you to move forward with Map 14. It's the only map that you keep coming back to time and time again, and there's a reason for that. It's the only map that truly respects the public feedback this commission has heard for months. The other maps, 13A and B, ignore months of public input and are frankly the most offensive to me and the communities all over San Diego that me and my fellow county employees serve. They don't make sense for our region, and they hurt our most diverse communities. A Latino South County district that includes Bankers Hill and Claremont, putting API San Diego in a district dominated by rural East County. Why are you even considering these changes? You've heard the voices of API San Diego and the voices of Latino South County along the border. You've heard from immigrant and refugee communities and our Black community. Are their voices and values simply not as important as what you're hearing now from people in East County? Because that's what seems to be happening right now. And for months, the public has spoken out for a border district that respects Latino South County and a coastal district that unites API communities. Throwing that out the window at the last minute would simply be wrong. Map 14 is the right way to move forward with a few small changes that will truly work for everyone. Consider a border district that encompasses the 3 border crossings, San Ysidro, Otay, and Tecate, and to allow the southeast corner of the county to unite with its East County neighbors while embracing the border district vision we all support. Consider how more Rancho San Diego can be included with East County, which would make sense for East County and the PANA district we all want to see happen. And consider uniting the 78 districts with Camp Pendleton, which is such a great part of the fabric of North County and would truly reflect the region and maximize its voice. Thank you for your service to our community and for really listening to the public. Let's move forward with Map 14 because it will truly work for all of San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgine Tomasi, followed by Roger Johnson.
Thank you, commissioners. I do want to thank you for all your hard work and for listening to all the voices in our communities these past few months. I do come forth here today to move forward with Map 14. For me, it's the only map that responds to the months of feedback that you've received and that I've heard from the communities and regions in a sensible way. Map 14 respects the voices this commission has heard from, and those voices were the API communities, the Latino community, the immigrant and refugee communities, and the cities together, putting them back on the 78, which includes Escondido, the city in which I live in, and which I believe is the gateway to the 78 and must be included with all the others, with all our sister cities. Map 13A and 13B, for me, it puts the needs of the East County community above everybody else, which include the Latinos, again, the API, South County, and the coast. These maps ignore all the things that I've heard, the public testimonies these last couple of months from these diverse communities. Please don't let the voices of diverse communities get drowned out. They belong where they belong in map 14. I believe that 14 is a balanced and fair map that works well for every region in the county. I urge you, please, to listen to the community members and move forward with map 14 tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Roger Johnson, followed by Alina June.
This is Roger Johnson, been a 75-year native of San Diego County. I'm looking at District 2, East County. That's where I want to concentrate. My expertise is in infrastructure. That's where my thoughts are going to be. I think map 14 needs to kick Poway and San Diego. They need to put Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, Santee Hamul back into East County to fit the needs of East County, fit all the people that fit together very, very well. Right off the bat, this whole thing was brought to me by the San Diego Gun Owners Association. I kind of agree with their thoughts. I guess some of the reasons I like that is East County has unique utility things, which are like wells and we're on propane. We have no transportation. We have no use for transit like the central area. Land use is different. It's not industrial, it's animal. Our weather climate is hotter and colder than the coast. We have very different emergency needs like flood and fire. We have very little industry. It's all farming, animals, that type of thing. Most of us are unincorporated. Board of Supervisors are our ruling body. I kind of like that. Land use zoning, we don't have density. That doesn't fit the places like San Diego and Poway. Law enforcement, we're the sheriff. We don't have to mix with City of San Diego Police, whatever. We have our sheriff's department, which does a hell of a job. So thank you very much. I lost my other minute, but I do thank you, and I won't do it with the gratuities like the others because I just simply want results. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you. Alina June, followed by Christine Nava.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for putting this all together. I know you guys have been working so hard because I have been attending all of the redistricting commission's workshops and also the meetings. I understand that tonight is a short notice on this public hearing, but you have heard from our community members from all over the county for weeks now, sharing their community of interest, including my own interests, because I'm an Afghan refugee. I live in Mira Mesa and I see the difference in communities and I like to keep those communities together. For example, map 14 is the most balanced and fair map that we have. It works with all the communities. It puts us together. And that also includes the businesses that we support as well. For example, the API communities linked with the coast, a border district that respects the South County's Latino community, the 78 cities together, a central San Diego district that empowers immigrant, Chaldeans, refugees, Muslim communities, as well as the LGBTQ communities, and absolutely an East County district that unites as many rural communities of interest as possible. So just to emphasize, map 14 is the best map that we have on display. And I hope to see you guys, vote for this. And I urge you to support this map compared to the other maps. I don't think they're very fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Nava, followed by Andrew Hayes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Good evening, commissioners. First of all, I want to thank you so much for all your work. And I have to tell you that you have become a familiar guest in my study for many, many months. I have been part of the process and I truly appreciate the fact that I am able to contribute in some way to putting forth a map that is equitable for everyone. I am here in support of map 14. It's the only map that responds to all of the community needs. I think it's the one map that respects the current data that's come out of the census, the latest census. I think a lot of them don't do that. The API communities are that respects the API communities linked with the coast, and certainly respects the county local Latino community. The 78 cities are really reinforced here, but here I would like to add that those of us who, people that would want to separate Escondido from the map, I would like to emphasize that Escondido is an urban center. We are not agricultural. We do not belong with East County. The map 14 really empowers immigrant and refugee communities and the LGBT community, and really respects the rural needs of our county. I would like to, in conclusion, say that map 13 is not a good map. It shoves suburban API communities like Mira Mesa, Rancho Pensaquitos, and Carmel Valley with rural East County. That makes no sense. I urge you to really look at map 14. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Andrew Hayes, followed by Kim Kohler.
Thank you so much, commissioners, as always, for hearing from us. My name is Andrew Hayes. I'm on the Lakeside School Board. I'm a trustee. I'm speaking in my official capacity. You know, I want to share, I've commented before, but I've never commented before about sort of my past in the county. I was born and raised in East County, but my parents had split up when I was young, and I had to move into Claremont for a while and live in the city of San Diego. Most of my family still lives in the city of San Diego. And in these maps, you want to put Serra Mesa and other areas where I'm very familiar with Lakeside, where I currently live and reside. That makes no sense whatsoever. The other thing I'm hearing a lot about tonight is that East County, map 14 represents an East County district. It also puts us in with North County, who we've heard numerous testimony from that say, no, we do not fit with an East County district. So please consider that. The other thing I find interesting is that folks from the coast will say that East County is being represented, but no one's there has ever experienced a power safety shutoff that folks in Mount Laguna experience. I mean, this is a very important thing. The Board of Supervisors in the unincorporated community is the only government that exists for us. They are our mayor. They are our city council. La Mesa has a city council. All the city of San Diego has numerous folks. They're the largest city in the region. So I think we just need to be thoughtful when we're looking at this. You know, I really just want us to be focused in on when we hear, say, months of feedback. Well, East County is hearing about it now. Numerous people have connectivity issues. So we need a really equity in this. And East County is speaking out. So please I encourage you to at least look at the comments that were written in e-comments. Lots of East County folks are commenting. So just please take that into consideration. I know you are, and I appreciate all your work. So thank you for everything that you do for us, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Kim Kohler, followed by the telephone number ending 3974.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your patience. I was called on earlier, but for some reason I couldn't get audio on my PC, so I called in on my phone. Again, my name is Kim Kohler. I'm retired Navy. I've been in San Diego County since 1990, and I've been a resident of Humboldt for the past 10 years. I strongly oppose the proposed redistricting maps that rip apart the rural areas such as Humboldt and incorporates them into more densely populated urban areas. I fear these actions will greatly diminish the voice of East County residents. These maps make no sense whatsoever. Anyway, in closing, I urge the commission to keep Humboldt and other rural areas with the rest of East County, which includes Lakeside, Santee, Alpine, and Ramona. All of these East County communities should be in the same congressional, state, Senate, and Assembly districts. And I think I agree totally with Phil Ortiz from the El Cajon City Council. He stated the issue a lot better than I can. Anyway, thank you for letting me air my concerns.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 3974, followed by the telephone number ending 8495. Press *6 to unmute yourself. 3974. Telephone number ending 3974, press *6. There you go.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Hamira Yusufi, and I'm with the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans, PANA. Thank you all so much for being here tonight and for incorporating the PANA community map recommendations into the draft maps. I understand that you have a difficult task ahead of you. While some leaders in local government expressed a preference for maintaining districts, and we understand their concerns, it overlooks the changing demographics in the last 30 years. Efforts to maintain districts, specifically East County, disempower the growing voice of growing Black, Indigenous, people of color, refugee, and immigrant communities in the region. There are clear shared interests between residents of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, El Cajon, Paradise Hills, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego. Many families who have historically called communities in City Heights and Encanto home have been pushed into East County, including in areas of El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and La Mesa, in search of more affordable housing, and continue to have places of worship in Southeast San Diego, like mosques in City Heights as well, maintain community ties, and have mom and pop shops in their old neighborhoods. I urge you to continue to take this into consideration of all the communities of interest testimony you've been hearing since the beginning of the year, from refugees, immigrants, Black, API, Middle Eastern, LGBT communities, and continue to center community interest testimony based on our shared experiences, socioeconomic status, and policy concerns. Thank you so much.
Before you go, can I ask you to state your name one more time for the record? It was a little bit garbled. Are you still there? We'll go to telephone number ending 8495, followed by Jennifer Jeffries. 8495, press *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rahma Abdi. I want to thank you for your continued dedication to serve and thoughtful engagement in the process. And thank you for working to incorporate the PANA community map recommendation into the draft map. I know you have heard people saying that they prefer the current district line, 2011 line overlooked the change of demographic in the last 30 years. Efforts to maintain districts, specifically East County, disempowering the growing voice of grown Black, Indigenous, people of color, refugee, and immigrant communities. And I want to uplift, as I have for the past year, the shared interest between the residents of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, El Cajon, Paradise Hills, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego. Many families who have historically called community in the City Heights, Encanto, have been pushed into East El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and La Mesa in search of more affordable housing. While some families have moved into East and other families resettled as a refugee in the past 7 years. These communities continue to worship in church in southeastern San Diego, mosque in City Heights, and maintain community ties, and also mom and papa shop in their old neighborhood. I urge you to continue to take this into consideration, all the community of interest testimony you have heard since the beginning of the year. You have an opportunity to reimagine the county. This beauty of our county is rich, diverse, and we hope the line to draw leave more room for diversity to flourish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Jeffries, followed by Jean Hui.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jennifer Jeffries from Fallbrook. You've got quite a Rubik's Cube on your hands right now. I'm here to speak in support of 13A. It reflects the many comments that you've received from Rainbow, Fallbrook, Pala, Valley Center, the whole North County region. So firmly in support of 13A for our particular COI. I want to make some observations about map 14, again, from our viewpoint of the COI. Map 14 totally obliterates that region's attachments to decades-long communities. Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista. Right now, when I want to collaborate on a county kind of issue, I just shoot down the 76 and meet with people in Vista. Now I would be going down the 15 over to my good new friends in Lakeside. And believe me, I believe they would be good new friends. But this makes no sense. That massive green map makes the rural areas of this county free-floating electrons. One supervisor covering that area, it just, it's jaw-dropping to us in the North County. So we would request, as you balance all of these COIs, that you remember Fallbrook, Bonsall, Rainbow, Valley Center. We are attached in North County, not in a northeast South County that this kind of map would result in. So thank you so much, and I look forward to the continuing conversation.
Thank you. Jean Hui, followed by Gloria Conejo. And then there are no more virtual hands raised. So let me give a last call. If you have not addressed the commission, would like to, please raise a virtual hand at this time. Jean Hui.
Hi, my name is Jean Hui, and I am the community organizer for CPI. I want to thank the commissioner for their hard work and listen to the community during the past few months. I am supporting, I'm supporting the draft map 14 as it keeps community together and we make the San Diego County stronger. The thing that baffling me about the map 13A and B, as the member of the API community and a member of the LGBTQ community, is that both maps tear my API community apart from the District 3. It literally took out Mira Mesa, Carmel Valley, Rancho Piñaquitos, and sticking into D2 where we do not share any values there, as well as it basically like have District 1 moving right into the Hillcrest area, which is I absolutely against that. There's still only one map 14, that respects all the voices that the commission have heard from. It is from the API community linked to the coast, the border district that respect the Sound County Latino community, and the 70ACD freeway. I mean, the 70ACD that you heard over and over for the last few months. Carlsbad, Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, and Escondido. The Central San Diego district that empower immigrant, Black community, refugee community, LGBT community, and absolutely in the East County district that unite many rural community if interest is possible. I understand tonight is short noted a public hearing, but you have heard from our community members from all over the county now, not just one area, but all over every single corner of this county. We note that I believe map 14 is balanced and fair and works well for every region of the county. I urge you to listen to us and move forward with map 14 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Conejo, followed by Steve Roback.
Hi, Gloria Arconejo, she, her, hers, youth, queer, and community Latinx organizer here in Escondido, California, found in Louisiana land. I'm supporting map 13A because it represents my community in terms of North County. At one of the last county IRC meetings, a commissioner, I don't know who it was, but said, Escondido already thinks they're in District 5, so why change anything? Though I find that insulting. It is unsurprising because this is a very common attitude, even from the most quote unquote progressive larger San Diego County advocates, to believe we are too stupid to advocate for ourselves. So let me pull up an elephant in the room, the political parties and special interests. Jim Desmond, I may not care for his politics, I may not care for some of his hateful rhetoric, but at least the man of the office understands the community they serve, albeit a white rural community. Tara Lawson-Remer, my current supervisor who doesn't even understand the white rural community. I personally don't see any difference between Desmond's brand of white supremacy and that woman who currently represents me sitting from the comfort of her home in the coast. So everyone speaking against my BIPOC Latinx community of interest from your suburbs, the coast, your urban areas with infrastructure, you're not only uplifting white supremacy to throw rural marginalized BIPOC under the bus, who are also queer, You're also uplifting classist capitalism and the genocide of people who've been struggling to get access to vaccines and critical health care. You're playing into Desmond's and Lots and Reamer's divisive politics. You're not real progressives. You can't keep ignoring our numbers and diluting our power because we are rising. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Roback, followed by Steve Frost.
Yeah, hi, Steve Roback. I'm on the Lakeside, the current board president of the Lakeside Water Board, and I'm on the Lakeside Community Planning Group, speaking as an individual this evening. Looking at your maps, I think 13A has gotten real close, and I'm surprised when they drew it. It's close, but not close enough. A lot of people, especially I think in the API community, are against it because for some odd reason they push this rural East County all the way into Mira Mesa, the Convoy, Kearney Mesa area. And I totally agree that that should be part of the central area there. And at the same time, the El Cajon, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego area got put into another group, and that really should have stayed in East County. So I think 13A is real close and can be modified easily with the numbers and satisfy the API individuals and also satisfy the El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, Jamul, bringing it back into where I guess the rural East County. And the one thing I'd like to add too, and I've been listening to these meetings and I've spoken and submitted comments, is there's two threads of comments. There's the first person comment I hear from a lot of people. I live in this community. I've lived in this community for 40 years. I grew up, I raised my kids, I work, my friends, I travel. I have, this is my community of interest. And I hear other people speaking in a third party fashion for others saying, well, they're looking out for this group of people and they're looking out for that group of people. And I would hope that the board would weigh more on the first person stories versus someone speaking out for someone else. And on the other hand, map 14 is incredibly terrible, and I'm surprised people that are supporting it don't live out here because it incorporates the farthest northwest corner, farthest northeast corner, and almost the farthest southeast corner. Covers too much and it covers too many people. It can't be that big. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Frost, followed by Tom Frew.
Hi, Steve Frost. I agree with what the previous Steve said about please give weight more to the first person. I grew up in El Cajon. My husband grew up in El Cajon. We've been together for 35 years and have lived all over San Diego, from La Jolla to La Costa to Poway, Kensington. We now live in Escondido. But to think of, well, first of all, the 13 maps are both terrible. And with 14, the idea of a definition of East County that doesn't include El Cajon just makes no sense. I would ask you to please keep Jamul, Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon together with Lakeside, Santee, Alpine, the communities that growing up in San Diego, I've always associated with East County. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Frew, followed by Pam Alberga. Tom, you need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, thank you. It's Tom Frew from Fallbrook, and I raised my hand to speak in favor of map 13A. It's when Fallbrook, greater Fallbrook area is strongly and historically connected to Escondido, Oceanside, and the 76-78 corridor in between. Pretty much everything we do in our lives has us on this corridor going back and forth. East County is so far away for us. It's such a large distance. We want to keep it compact like you have it in map 13A. I think it's a very good map that you've made. Historically, greater Fallbrook area has worked for the past 100 years with the North County communities of Vista, Escondido, and Oceanside. And that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pam Albergo, followed by Arcela Nunez Alvarez.
Hi, thank you, commissioners, for all of your hard work for all these many months. My name is Pam Albergo and I live in Escondido. I strongly support MAP 14. I feel that Escondido should be joined with the 78 corridor cities of San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and Carlsbad. These cities share many common interests, not limited to water districts, hospital districts, school districts, public transportation, the maintenance and upgrades to our main artery of the Highway 78. Map 14 is the only map that responds to the months of public feedback you've received and keeps communities and regions together in a sensible way. Map 14 respects all the voices of this that this commission has heard from. I believe that map 14 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in the county. I urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with map 14 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Arcela Nunez Alvarez, followed by Lillian Serrano.
Buenas noches. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Arcela Nunez Alvarez. I am a resident of San Marcos, where I have lived for almost 40 years. This is where I have raised my family and where I have worked with families across the whole North County region. Tonight, I'm urging you to bring the 5 sister cities and our neighbor towns of Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and the Fallbrook area together. Latinos in North County are a critical community of interest. Bringing this area together corrects a historic, long overdue history of gerrymandering that has disenfranchised the Latino community in North County. I'm sure you are aware that every single city in North County has been sued or has been put on notice for a long history of violating the voting rights of Latinos, of my community. Latinos comprise nearly half of the population, yet our voting rights continue to be diluted. From the vantage point of a Chicana who has lived and who has worked in North County for most of my life, map 14, although it might be perfect for everyone else, it does not respect or empower my community. Please respect and include our North County Latino community intact into any map that you adopt. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Lillian Serrano, followed by Omer Khan.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Lilian Serrano, and I'm an Escondido resident. I also have worked for many years now as an immigrant rights advocate and a community educator in North County. I've been addressing the commission a few times now, and I'm not going to pretend to speak on behalf of the whole county because that is not my my place. I don't know the whole county as I know North County, and I'm here to really urge you to keep Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, and Fallbrook together. These communities share a lot of things in common that are beyond just one issue. We share demographics, we share change in our demographics, and like the speaker before me just mentioned, we also share the fact that we have all been either sued or threatened to be sued because of the violations against the Latino community that live in this area. We are have been working for many years now to ensure that Latinos, immigrants have been able to come together and become a voting bloc that is able to persuade elections, that is able to create an impact in those elections. And keeping us together in the one district will allow us to continue that work to have an impact at the county level. Currently, we do not have that because Escondido was taken out of our community of interest. Please keep our communities of interest by keeping Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and Fallbrook together under one district. Thank you.
Thank you. Omer Khan, followed by Taz Nizam.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for making the time to hear from us today. My name is Omer Khan. I work at Council on American Islamic Relations, a local nonprofit supporting our community in civil rights and civic rights as well. I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work and for listening to the communities during these past few months. I want to speak in support of moving forward with MAP 14. Earlier, a gentleman, I think Rob Howard, spoke on something. I just want to really echo what he was saying. No map is perfect, but I think this map is the one that brings the most equity to the table. I understand tonight's a short public notice, but you've heard from our community members from all over the county for weeks, sharing their communities of interest. Map 14 is the only map that responds to the months of public feedback you've received and to keep communities and regions together in a sensible way. Map 14 respects all the voices this commission has heard from API communities linked with the coast, a border district that respects South County's Latino community, the 78 cities together, a central San Diego district that empowers immigrant and refugee communities, and the LGBTQ community. And absolutely, an East County district that, reunites as many rural communities of interest as possible. I also just want to make a note that the MAP 13 plans are definitely not equitable in the long term. And MAP 13A, for example, puts the suburban API communities with rural East County, which makes no sense. We believe that MAP 14 is fair and balanced and works well for everyone in the region, in the county. I urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with MAP 14 tonight. And thanks again for the work you're doing as an independent commission. I hope since we have an independent commission that you all can take heed to what's most equitable. Thank you.
Taz Nizam, followed by Lyndon Brooks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tazeen Nizam. I am a resident of District 5, and I've testified before this commission many a times. I appreciate you all being here and working at this so diligently, trying to come up with an equitable map. I just want to express my concerns about our communities of interest along the 78, Carlsbad, Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, Escondido. We have so many things in common, namely the Palomar Airport, Tri-City Hospital. Therefore, it's very important for my community of interest to be kept together with Carlsbad along the 78 corridor, including our neighbors in Escondido. There's so much more that is at stake here, just that we need to keep these communities of interest together and move on with a more equitable map so that our communities are not divided and have the ability to advocate for ourselves along the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Lyndon Brooks, followed by Maria Nunez. Lyndon Brooks, I'm going to promote you to panelist temporarily so that you can speak. Lyndon Brooks, you may need to unmute yourself now. I'm still showing you as being muted. I'm going to come back to you.
Go.
Lyndon, did I hear you? Are you still there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Lyndon Brooks. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, boy. I'm opposed to map 13A redistricting boundaries for the community of El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and parts of Spring Valley moving to District 3 and away from District 2. The current district's boundaries support children from the Grossmont Union High School districts and El Cajon Valley Union School districts and their bus routes that are within all these communities. The following planning groups should also remain within District 2: Crest, Harborton Canyon, Dehesa, and Granite Hills, Jamul, Lakeside, Ramona. They should all remain together under District 2. This should not change. The current District 2 links nearby unincorporated regions to El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and Spring Valley that have historically grown together, connecting education K through 12, well thought out, safe routes for school transportations to those schools, community colleges, healthcare, courthouse, natural boundaries, preserved ecological open spaces, Indian reservations, drastic topography, climate, open space, under threat of development that deserves representation of those who live close by and are concerned with conservation of open space and endangered species. Please keep these communities that share boundaries with El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, and parts of Spring Valley. Thank you, Lyndon Brooks.
Thank you. Maria Nunez, followed by the telephone number ending 6611.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Maria Nunez, and this evening I am here to express my support for map 13A with respect to District 5 and North County. I am a resident of the city of San Marcos. I also have the honor of representing the city of San Marcos, District 1, and I represent a majority Latino district within the city of San Marcos. Today, though, I am here to express my views as an individual, but I do share that with you because the city of San Marcos is very similar and has very similar Latino population to the city of Escondido, the city of Vista, Oceanside, and the community of Fallbrook. And I want to urge this commission to keep that in mind as you continue to finalize the district maps. I believe that map 13A shows this. It contains a strong Latino community district in District 5, and I do support that. We have heard many individuals tonight and in prior meetings that have expressed support for district map, and they allegedly support district or map 14 because they support the Latinx community in San Diego County. And I want to share that this is very offensive to me and to those of us who have grown up and live in North County, because these individuals are completely are expressing interest against our Latinx community in North County. So I do urge you to keep the cities of Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and Fallbrook together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 6611, followed by Ross Pike.
Good evening. My name is Ramla Saeed, and I'm with PANA, the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Thank you for the many months of hard work. We understand, and I understand how challenging this task is. We also want to thank you for incorporating the PANA map, community map, into your draft maps. My family was resettled as refugees in City Heights back in 1993, a diverse community of immigrants and refugees. City Heights has been where refugees have traditionally been resettled because of the natural existing affordable housing in the early 90s. Today, refugees are being resettled in El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Paradise Hills, and Spring Valley. In fact, El Cajon is often referred to as Little Baghdad, and 50th Street and University in City Heights is also referred to as Little Mogadishu. In addition to being communities of shared interest as refugees and immigrant communities, I also want to remind you that federal funding for refugee resettlement is administered by the county. It is for this reason and many others that this community has a vested and critical interest in direct representation in the county government, so they have a voice in shaping policies that would lead to welcoming a successful resettlement. Tonight, you heard from leaders in local governments who have expressed their preference for maintaining districts. Maintaining districts alone is not a good argument. This is an intentional and organized effort to disempower the growing voices of Black, Indigenous, people of color, refugee, immigrant communities in this region, and overlooks the changing demographics in the last 30 years. I urge you to continue to take into consideration all of the community of interest testimony you've been hearing since the beginning of this process, from refugees, immigrants, Black folks, API, Middle Eastern, LGBT communities, and continue to center community of interest testimony based on shared experiences, socioeconomic status, and policy concerns. We have an opportunity, you have an opportunity to reimagine the county to be fair, equitable, and inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ross Pike, followed by Connie Johnson. And at this time, we do not have any other virtual hands raised. So if you are wanting to address the commission and you haven't done so yet, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Ross Pike.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ross Pike. I'm an elected member of the Fallbrook Planning Group. I do want to bring your attention to a statement that was adopted unanimously by the 15-member nonpartisan planning group that represents over 50,000 people in the Fallbrook area. We all agreed on advocating for a North County district that is represented in map 11, and that would protect our North County BIPOC communities. Fallbrook, for example, is 48% Latinx. This letter has been posted on the commission's website for your review. As a personal note, as the author of that statement, I want to say that I would support the update to map 11, that is now map 13A. Thank you for doing your best to keep North County whole, including unincorporated areas like Fallbrook and Valley Center, with urban areas from Oceanside to Escondido. Thank you for your time, and please move a map forward with a united North County that is represented in maps 11 or 13A.
Thank you. Connie Johnson, followed by Steve Babbitt. Connie, you may need to unmute yourself. Connie, I'm still showing you as muted. You need to press the unmute button on Zoom. Okay, I will come back to you. Steve Babbitt, followed by Billy Joe Janin.
Hi, my name's Steve Babbitt. First off, I want to express my thanks to everyone on the commission. Late night for you guys. Thank you for bearing with us all. I am not a lobbyist. I don't work for any political organization. I am just a resident of Spring Valley, and I just want to ask you to, as you look at these maps, to keep East County communities like Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, El Cajon, and Hoole together with Alpine, Lakeside, and Santee, and all of East County. We are a community of interest, and it has a distinct feel, and I don't see that represented in the maps. Also, I do have a grave concern about Spring Valley being ripped in half. Spring Valley, as you know, is one of the largest unincorporated communities in population-wise in California, with many urban problems. And one of the things that has helped us as a community is having one supervisor to work with. If we are split in half as a community with two different supervisors, it will have a very, very negative impact on the community of Spring Valley. So I'd encourage you to look at that and maybe investigate that a little further. I believe maps 13B and 13A and 14 basically slice Spring Valley, the community, right in half. So thank you very much. Appreciate you again, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Billy Joe Janin, followed by Angie Stewart.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I actually shared this in a written comment days ago. But I just want to make sure that we're all clear. There is no rational, sensible reason whatsoever to treat the border as a monolith. It is not a monolith. It should not be confined to only one representative. And Chula Vista doesn't in any way represent backcountry. It never has. And I just would appreciate it if you would just set map 14 aside forever and ever. It's not good for the backcountry. It's not good for East County. We are far better grouped with Santee and the city of El Cajon, places with which we have commonality. And I would add again, the Chaldean community.
Oh, I think we lost you. We're going to hear from Angie Stewart and then Connie Johnson. And if you've already addressed the commission, I'm not going to call on you again out of fairness to all of the speakers. Angie Stewart. Angie, you may need to unmute yourself. You look to be unmuted, but we can't hear you. I'll come back to you. Connie Johnson, followed by Patty Lamelli. Connie, you need to unmute yourself. I've allowed both instances of Connie Johnson to speak, but you need to unmute yourself by clicking the unmute button on Zoom. I'm showing you as being muted and we can't hear you. Try to come back to you. Patty Lamelli. Patty Lamelli, I need you to unmute yourself as well. I'm showing you as being muted.
¿Aló?
Yes.
Sí, buenas noches. Yo voy a hacer mi comentario en español en representación a la comunidad latina del sur de San Diego. Mi nombre es Patricia Lomelí y soy soy de la comunidad de Chula Vista del sur de San Diego por 30 años. Yo soy promotora.
Excuse me, allow me to pause for a moment. We're going to double your time to 4 minutes. I know we have a translator. Is the translator live translating into English? I'm sorry. I'll ask you to start again.
Ok, mi nombre es Patricia Lomelí, he vivido en estados aquí en Chula Vista por más de 30 años y soy promotora y he tenido la oportunidad de trabajar con las comunidades de San Isidro, Chula Vista, Imperial Beach, National City y he visto cómo hemos trabajado todos en conjunto para tener una comunidad más unida y que salgamos adelante unidos. Nos gustaría, y en representación de la comunidad con la que trabajamos, que el Distrito 1 se quede tal y como está para seguir avanzando juntos como comunidad. Muchas gracias por su atención. Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you. Connie Johnson, I'm going to allow you to talk one more time. I need you to unmute yourself. Connie, we're showing you as being muted. I've attempted to allow you to speak 3 times. We're going to have to move on. Okay, I don't see any other virtual hands at this time. So that concludes public testimony on this matter, Chair Bain. We have, one more speaker, Angie Stewart.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. I am a resident of Hamul. I'm a retired instructor from Southwestern College. I worked in Chula Vista for 27 years. I've been in Hamul now for 27 more years. I'm a Latina. And I love the East County. I love where I live, but we are very different from Chula Vista. So I was looking at the maps. I've been listening to everyone. I know that you have so much information, and it's really going to be hard for you guys to come to a decision. But I would really like to encourage you to keep the East County together. Hamul, Spring Valley, El Cajon, Poway, all of these areas belong together. We have the same infrastructure. We have the same needs. There are not very many people in South Bay that have generators and horses right there. We have different needs. I heard people say things that were very, I felt they were very well thought out. A person recommended map 10 to keep East County with La Mesa. I agree. The 13A is the one that works best for me because it keeps the county together and children in the schools together. I'm okay with 14 for the East, or for the people of color, for the Asian community, for other organizations.
Thank you.
May I continue?
Your time is up.
I just need 1 minute. Oh,
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. And out of fairness to the other speakers, Roger Johnson and Lyndon Brooks, I've already called on you. I'm not going to call on you again. And we're having audio problems with the other request to speak. So that concludes public testimony this evening on this item, Chair Beam.
Well, thank you, David. Thank commissioners for paying such close attention. Thanks most of all, of course, to members of the public, and especially to those who've offered public service, whether in the military, in community groups, in community advocacy, in everything we heard. It really remains amazing to hear the commitment and the stories and the advocacy. Now, I wonder, commissioners, if you need a 5-minute break before we turn to flow analytics, or if you'd like to go ahead. Let me ask it this way. Would people like a 5-minute break? Okay. I see more people saying they'll take it. Let's take the 5-minute break now, partly because it will also give, I think, commissioners a chance to absorb some of the public comment. It is 8:36 by my clock. We will be reconvening at 8:41 sharp. Thank you. Okay. So thank you again, commissioners, for being prompt in your return. Just to note, those speakers or the one speaker who had serious technical difficulty, I hope she'll get in touch with staff and offer an e-comment. And commissioners, we will try to get a translation circulated after the meeting of the Spanish comment that we received. So right now, I'm hoping, John, are you aboard? John McKenzie?
I was just chatting with John. This is Alex. He should be along in just a second, I believe.
David, mine says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So maybe I need to be invited back in. Oh, there you go.
There you go, Commissioner Brown. This is Barbara. You should be set. There you go.
Okay. Commissioners, can you hear me okay?
There we go.
Good. There was an odd little blip there. Okay. Very good. So assuming John McKenzie is with us.
Yes.
And I see Alex and there's John. Very good. I think we'll turn now to John and Flow Analytics for the presentation of Community of Interest Update and Public Map 7, 8, 9, and 10. With that, the floor is yours.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Boehm. So since our last meeting on Saturday, November 13th, we have received 322 additional comments. And obviously that number has increased quite a bit this evening, and which is not reflected in that count. So of those 322, we received 201 e-comments, 68 that were either phone or virtual comments, 43 emails, 7 letters, and 3 responses that came in through the Community Builder tool. We did not receive any additional public map submissions. However, I did hear during the comments that at least one map was submitted. So that must have happened very recently, and we will be able to report on that during the next meeting. With that said, I do want to once again make note of the comment tool that is available on the IRC website. I have been told, I was just notified prior to the start of this meeting that all of the comments up until tonight's meeting have been coded. I have not pressed the buttons to reload the tool yet, but that will happen this weekend. And so sometime on Monday or Sunday, you will see the rest of the comments in there that are related to COI testimony. With that said, I'm going to share my screen and go through the public maps 7, 8, 9, and 10. I will say that I gave a preview of, I believe, all of these maps during our last meeting. However, they were received not quite in time for us to process them. So over the last week, we have processed these maps and generated the formal maps and statistical tables based on these maps. So with that, I will go ahead and share my screen. And can someone please confirm that my screen is visible? Very good. Okay, so here we have public map number 7. It is a single district map, and it is similar to the existing District 2. It was labeled as a District 2 map. We also have the summary statistics here, and you can see where the range that it falls into with the ideal population. Once again, this is a single district, so the deviation from the ideal is not necessarily relevant for the blank district IDs. And you will all have the packet that has all of this data there. so I won't spend too much time on it. I will instead move to the public submitted map number 8, which is also a single district map. Once again, very similar to the existing District 2, with the exception of the boundary around Poway being moved east. And once again, the deviation from the ideal for the blank district here is not really relevant because it is a single district map. I will move now to public map submitted 9, public submitted map 9, and this is a complete district map. So we have all districts, and this is the close up to District 1 as it was labeled in the map. This is not a number that we assigned. This is how the numbers came in from the map as it was submitted to us. District 2, District 3, District 4, and District 5. And here are the data tables. And once again, you can see the overall deviation, the ideal population. And all of these numbers are relevant in this case because it is a complete map. And lastly, I'll move to publicly submitted map number 10. And this is a 2-district map. So this map here, as you can see, existing District 2 is shown here. And I will just call out that this map noted a portion here as an optional removal boundary if that would be necessary to balance the population. However, that's not something we can know with an incomplete map, but they did indicate that there, and it's not incredibly easy to see. So I do want to just make note of that. And here is the zoom in on the District 2 and the District 5. And then the statistics, once again, we have a blank ID here for the areas that were not assigned, and then the total population numbers and deviation for the remaining districts that were assigned. So that is my update on the public map submissions. I can stop here, Chair Boehm, or we can move right to the draft map presentation.
Let's just pause there and see if there are any clarifying questions, John. Again, these would be clarifying questions just on the valuable COI information that was provided and on the presentation of the public maps, which I know the commissioners all appreciate. I know that you've been reviewing, and I hope no one in the public takes offense by anything less than anything other than a few questions, because I can promise we'll all be taking them into consideration. That said, Commissioner Hanson.
Thanks for the floor. John, thank you so much. Can you tell me, out of those 4 maps, is any one of those maps the one that was referred to by several of our callers on Saturday as the one, the supervisor map?
I believe the SDAAFE, I think, if I'm getting that acronym correct. Yes, I believe that would be public map 9.
9?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's it.
Any other clarifying questions? With that, John, please proceed with the IRC draft maps.
Okay, and before we get into that, I'm going to hand most of this over to Alex, but I do want to introduce something, because we're going to do something a little bit different in terms of presenting the draft maps than we have previously. What we wanted to do was try to better portray how we take the motions from the commission and then turn those into what you see as the draft maps. And we really also wanted to illustrate some of the challenges that we run into when we're making these maps, just to make it clear to the commission and the public and sort of give you a look behind under the hood of what we're doing. So with that said, Alex is going to begin by highlighting a couple of technical details that seem relevant to the some of the questions and concerns that we've heard from commissioners as well as the public. And we think this will be valuable for your conversations going forward. And then we'll go through the draft maps in a bit of a step-by-step as opposed to district-by-district approach. So we will show you how different changes happen to the map while also clearly showing the draft maps themselves. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Alex.
Thanks, John. Good evening, commissioners. I just shared my screen, so if I could get a couple nods that you're all seeing it, wonderful. So yeah, like John said, we're gonna step through each of the draft maps and look at them by the motions and go through each point so that you can see how that works. But before I do that, I do want to just turn our attention to what we're calling our map development trade-offs. And as y'all know, we have many criteria to consider. But one thing we just wanted to discuss tonight was thinking about the page of the statistics that come with all the draft maps about splitting different COIs or administrative boundaries. And, obviously trying to reduce that and keep each of those entities within one district. I just wanted to show how sometimes that's either very challenging, if not impossible. So the reason for that is, the COIs and the administrative areas often overlap, and they're not always strictly following the census geographies that we need to use to draw the maps that have the certified population enumerations. So that does make things a bit challenging because we want to reduce those numbers of entities split between supervisorial districts to 0, but sometimes that's just not possible. So in this case, we're kind of seeing, how we have municipalities, the census designated places, reservations, the community plan areas, kind of a mess on this map, frankly. And let's zoom in on a couple to take a look. For instance, census designated places, or sometimes what we call CDPs, they don't always align or fit with their corresponding community plan areas. So Hamul CDP is a good example because it doesn't actually fit wholly within what is the Hamul community plan area. So that community plan area is in purple here. It's outlined, it's very, quite large, extending all the way down to the border. But if we zoom in to the Hamul census designated place, we can see how that boundary is a lot smaller. And actually most of the CDP is in the Hamul community planning area, but not all of it. Some of it right here is actually in the planning area of, excuse my pronunciation, Val d'Oro. So if you were trying to keep Hamul whole, that's not always possible to try the CDP and doing the community plan area if this was a potential boundary between two supervisorial districts, which it often could be. The same issue is also true for Rancho San Diego CDP. Most of it, as you see here, outlined in orange, is within the Val d'Oro community planning area, but some part of it right here to the northeast is actually in the Cresta Hessa planning area. So it's, in other words, it's very hard. If that was a boundary of a supervisorial district, then it's pretty much impossible to keep Rancho San Diego. If we keep it not split, then it's going to cause a split in Cresta Hessa or vice versa. So what I mean by that is, if we look at draft map 13, we see how in green, District 2, Rancho San Diego is completely within, but then that means that Cresta Hessa is not. So that's kind of the drawback here when we think about these different entities. And the last example, real quickly, is that it also could, cannot just be between CDPs or community planning areas, but it also occurs between, for instance, CDPs and Indian reservations. So there are actually census blocks that are within Rancho San Diego and the Siquin Reservation. So right here, along that border, these blocks are shared by those two entities. So sometimes, like when there's a boundary right here with 13A between District 2 and District 3, we could have an issue where, you know, Rancho San Diego is definitely going to be split because we wanted to keep the reservation wholly within District 3. So those are kind of some of the things that we have to think about. And, you know, there's, you know, no hierarchy to these items unless we're directed to, you know, maybe create such a hierarchy. So something just we have to keep in mind as we move through these. With that, I'll move on to draft map 13A. And as mentioned, we're going to go through each of these bullet points of the motion to highlight them in the map. Firstly, I just want to show overall what the map looks like, and take special note that we're comparing it in color here. 13A 1 through 5 are going to be compared to the source material, draft map 11. So that's what we're seeing here. And you can tell that, you know, there's not a lot of changes that are visible at this scale. Obviously, a big change in Northeast County here. And the overall deviation for draft map 13A is 6.8%. You can see how that breaks down per district. And then that first motion item, we kind of wanted to group a few so we can keep them all, you know, in sight in the map here. So these areas in the Northeast County, the motion read that we should add North Mountain, Desert, Borrego Springs from District 3 to District 3 from District 5. And also move Santa Isabel Reservation to District 3. So you can see how these areas right here, North Mountain, Borrego Springs, Desert is quite large. You can see how its boundary extends all the way down here. This northern portion was changed so that it was part of District 3. So that reduced the population of District 5, increased the population of District 3 by about 5,300. And that helped decrease our overall deviation down to 6.1%. Next on the list of motions, we're also concerning trying to not split other community planning areas such as Crest, Hamul, Lakeside, and Ramona. So Crest here, this is the outline of that area. There were just some minimal changes right along that boundary with District 2. With Hamul, also very slight changes. It's just these areas right here. The dividing line in blue for draft map 11 shows kind of what the changes are. So you see just those few little places just to make sure that the whole Hamul planning area is within District 3. Lakeside, same way, a little bit more influential here because this is Bostonia that's being changed. So that Lakeside's whole community plan area, which includes Bostonia, is within District 3. Ramona was just a very small change too along the border here with the districts. So that was almost inconsequential, but just make sure that it was crossed up that list and wholly within District 3. So ultimately those changes in sum caused a change of 17,478. That decreases the overall range just a bit, gets us down to 5.9%. Another next point in the motion was addressing the contiguity between Coronado and District 4 via the ferry landing. So just to zoom in a little bit further on that, that's right here on that Broadway pier. And the change in this case was the area here where D4 is extended to the east to Front and south to Market. And that reduces the population of District 1, thereby increasing the population of District 4 by about 11,000 people. And just wanted to note that the adjustment can be done with a smaller impact of population, but it's desirable to include more population and to follow some prominent roads. So that actually increased the overall deviation a bit, but it's a necessity in this case.
Hey, Alex, can I just comment really quickly on this? Of course. You'll notice that in the presentations for draft maps 13B and 14, we dealt with this same issue. but in all cases, we dealt with it differently. And the primary reason for that is because there are many different ways that we can deal with this contiguity issue here, and it will have a different impact on the population depending on which way you do it. And so I think it would just be helpful for the commission to keep that in mind, that any one of the ways that you see this being dealt with for the these three maps can be used in the future. So I just want you to keep in mind that this is a little bit of a different situation in that this may not be, this method could be used to create contiguity, could be used in 13B or in 14. I think that would be something for the commission to discuss going forward, and we wanted to sort of highlight that.
Thanks, John. Next part of the motion, it actually was just a little bit of an additional item, was to try to reduce the overall range as best as possible and offset that increase caused by that prior change we just saw between District 1 and District 4. This small area was moved so that District 1 was expanded to the northeast of La Presa. And that could help reduce the overall range just slightly, 0.2%, get us back down to 6.8%. The last thing we wanted to just discuss briefly in all of these draft maps was to look at the county-specific criteria concerning unincorporated area. So what we're showing now in the map, as you can see in the legend here, is looking at draft map 11 versus 13, but then with an overlay of unincorporated county with that hatching. So this table then shows the breakdown by area of all of the districts. And we can see, that the majority of District 3 in yellow, obviously, is mostly unincorporated, as is District 5. And with that, I'm going to move on to draft map 13B.
So John, I should have known this already. So the unincorporated says it has to be majority unincorporated. That's acreage, not population.
Yes, that's correct. It is not population, it is land area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and what's helpful to think about is in some earlier materials, the unincorporated county has a total of about 514,000 residents. So it wouldn't, as a whole, even be able to constitute a full district at 660,000 being our ideal. So draft map 13B is, as we can see from the motion here, a bit of just an extension of 13A. That's why it's solely named. So main points here, right here at the end, also develop a map variation that moves from District 3 to District 4, the area bounded by the following roads, which will show in the map. That includes Rancho Penasquitos, Mira Mesa, Torrey Highlands, and then adjusting District 4 to try to rebalance and proportion CVAP and reduce variance between the districts. So we're not going to go through the same things that were done in 13A that happen in 13B. I'm going to jump right into those things that are different. So developing that variation in the map, we took that area that was described SR 52 on the south, I-15 on east, SR 56 corridor, including those three communities right here, moving that from District 3 into District 4. That's reducing the population of District 3 and increasing population of District 4 by about 163,000. So obviously we have to make some other corresponding change to balance the population. So to do that, we look first to the north here and we see that Rancho Santa Fe, Elfin Forest, and Harmony Grove were moved from District 4 to District 3. And then we also look to the south because we needed even more population and moved Mira Mesa, Claremont Mesa, Kearney Mesa, Serra Mesa to D4 from District 4 to District 3. So that helps balance because we have an increase in population of about 139,000. Next, last bullet point of that motion was to further balance the population and try to reapportion CVAC and to keep things as equal as possible. So needing to try to do that, took Linda Vista and moved from District 4 to District 1. And that decreased the population of District 4 and obviously increased then District 1's population by about 38,000. And then we also needed to establish contiguity. So the areas of Mission Hills, Old Town, San Diego, and Hillcrest were moved from D2 to D1. That decreased the population of D2 and increased the population of D1 by 31,567. So you can see that changed right through here. And lastly, to further balance, La Presa CDP is moved from District 1 to District 2. The southwestern boundary of District 3 was moved east. And the Jamul CDP, not the planning area, is moved into District 2. This decreases the population of District 1 and increases the population of District 2 by 36,460. Decreases the population of District 1, 34,627. And decreases the population of D3 by about 1,900. That's what helps us, get back to a population deviation. I think this one's about 6% for the whole plan. And yep, that's where we are once all said and done. Again, you can see the differences between draft map 11 and 13 here. When we zoom out, you see what was traded between districts 3 and 4. That was the main change. And then some population balancing happening through here and then with La Presa. So that gets us to that 6%.
Hey, Alex, one last thing, or actually, why don't you do this and then I'll say.
The last quick thing about 13B is just looking at the unincorporated, and because the changes were mostly on the west side, there isn't really much, too much change over here. We still have a majority of District 3 and 5 being unincorporated, so that crosses off that criteria. Go ahead, John.
So the one thing I want to just point out is I think you'll notice that the changes were somewhat drastic in this map, just in terms of the overall movement of the boundaries, but as well as the population. And that really stems from moving a very large area from the into, so that swap of district between District 3 and 4, that was the first part of the motion. And because there was such a large population difference between that initial swap, it did require a lot of downstream changes. So it's just something to think about, that small changes will be less visible just in terms of movement on the map. Small population changes, there's less you can have to do to make those swaps. Those large population changes are likely to require significantly more downstream changes that you might not be thinking about up front. So that's just something to consider as somebody who runs through some of these processes.
Thanks, John. With that, I'm going to move on to draft map 14. And we'll recall that this one was starting with draft map 10, and it had 3 main points that we'll walk through. First, just an overview. Again, looking at draft map 10's boundaries compared to draft map 14, you can see at this scale, the main change is between District 1 and District 2 here. Overall deviation of 5.8%. And the first part of the motion is to, again, address the contiguity between Coronado and District 4 via the ferry landing. So in this case, this is a movement of portion of downtown from District 1 to District 3. And this time it was on West Laurel Street, along I-5, Front Street, and Broadway. So a little bit more compact in terms of what we saw in 13A. That decreases the population of District 1 and thereby increasing District 3 by about 8,000. And the overall range then increases by 1.2%. And like John said earlier, we might be able to address this and have lesser impact on deviation. So we just wanted to show that there are different major roadways down here we could consider. That's something for the IRC to think about. The next motion item, respect community planning areas where possible, including these listed here. So we can click on a few and see Alpine, its community plan area outlined here in purple, now all part of District 2. Bonsall, same thing. It is now completely within District 2. Crest, again, these are pretty minor changes, but making sure we get them crossed off the list is making sure that that crest boundary, as I'm scrolling around here on its boundary, is making sure these areas right here were included in District 2, the rest of crest. This Canso, same thing. Right out here, making sure that this area is within District 2. Hidden Meadows, same thing, kind of a boundary along Escondido that just had to do some minute boundary work to make sure that that was all within District 2. Lakeside, the main change again is right here to its south, Bostonia, changing between District 4 to District 2. I just wanted to point this out. County Metro is on this list of community plan areas, but County Metro is kind of this catch-all, and there's definitely some islands that are like within unincorporated county within incorporated places. So we can kind of see some here, and that's kind of the impossible that I mentioned earlier. We cannot have this be in District 2 or all of these unincorporated areas of County Metro be in District 2, because that would obviously cause a contiguity issue. So that's where they're going to stay in this case, in draft map 14 as part of the Escondido and San Marcos District 5. Lastly, the border of District 2 was extended to the south to cover the entirety of Alpine, Crest, the Scanso planning areas. You can see that right here. That's the change areas outlined in bright green here. So that's the difference between draft map 10 and 14. D2 border, District 2 border also extended southwest to the El Cajon municipal boundary. So that's right along here. And the population of District 1 decreased about 2,000. And the population of District 4 decreased by 17,478. And the population of District 2 increased by 19,600. So the overall deviation increase, with all these changes is pretty low. It just helped only 0.1%, but it definitely helped to keep those community plan areas intact in a single district. Lastly, we have the land area table and map. So the unincorporated area here, you can see obviously District 2 mostly comprised of unincorporated county, as is District 1 as it extends out all the way to the eastern border. And with that, we'll open it up, I think, to questions, and we can always jump over to any of these maps or the district map viewer to dive into any specifics.
Alex, before we jump into that, there is one more thing I had on my list, which is I just wanted to briefly mention these survey responses, which have been forwarded to county staff and will be posted to the IRC website. They may already be posted. If they're not, they will be posted shortly. We did receive 12 responses, and while those responses were varied, we did evaluate the map rankings provided, and cumulatively, district map or draft map 13A was ranked first, followed by draft map 14, and then draft map 13B. I do want to note that several commissioners did mention that they preferred the maps those drafts were based on to these new maps. So that would be draft map 11 for maps 13A and B, and draft map 10 for draft for 14. That's all I have on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. What I'd like to do is, as we said, to have clarifying questions on the presentation you just heard. We could theoretically take up survey comments now, but I would prefer to take that up in the next segment of our discussion, which will be 1-minute statements with some flexibility on that 1 minute, followed by a more open discussion. So for right now, I would ask commissioners to please focus clarifying questions on the IRC draft maps that were just presented. Commissioner Servin.
Thank you, Alex. So, oh, sorry, hold up. Okay, sorry for the feedback. How did 13B deal with the Coronado Downtown Ferry contiguity issue? I'm sorry, did I miss that?
You're right. I think I skipped through that pretty quickly. Let me get back to it and I'll show you. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so this was kind of the largest area of change in this case. So this would be, you know, following I-5 all the way around until I believe this is Broadway. So extending a bit farther out to the east in this case compared to the other draft maps.
And I can just mention that this is an example where because of the extension of District 1 North, sort of east of District 4 here, D1 was overpopulated in this case by a significant amount when we got to this point in the map. And so we were able to expand this area further.
And I misspoke. The southern boundary of this change area here is Market Street, not Broadway.
Thank you.
And commissioners, I apologize. I'm having some fun with my screen yet again. Does anyone else have clarifying questions? Please speak up if you do. Very good. Now I've got a full screen. Okay. So not seeing any other clarifying questions. Let me just preview again. We're going to turn to roughly 1 minute statements for any commissioners interested in making them, followed by an open discussion. While I ask commissioners to prepare themselves for that, I'll express thanks to John and Alex, ask them to stay available and be ready to respond by bringing up maps or data tables or providing additional information when called upon. John, Alex, just to hold one more moment, is there anything else you wanted to offer as wrap-up comments?
We don't need to hear this now, but if we could at some point get feedback whether that type of presentation was helpful and preferable to the other draft map presentations we've done, that would be helpful for us to know.
Very good. So I'll ask commissioners to feel free to add that. Or of course, you can always send a message afterwards to staff and we can absorb it that way with their help as well as SPOC Commissioner Inman. David, did you have something you wanted to add just now, Mr. Hall? Okay, good. So we'll turn to the statements I previewed. I'm going to ask David to use the randomizer, as it were, to call commissioners in random order. And after that, we'll have a general discussion. I'll explain more about that later. David, please put me down as a pass for now, because I want to try to keep focused on the organizing of the conversation. But please go ahead.
Begin with Co-Vice Chair Caterina, followed by Co-Vice Chair Garcia. We can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I thought I clicked mute. Okay. So as you can see from my comments in the survey results, I preferred 13A, 13B, and then 14. My first priority was the BIPOC COI, keeping that intact. My second was to keep Escondido with rural North County COI. My third was to keep rural East County mostly intact per the COI, the exception of some of the other, the overlapping COIs, I guess you would say. Keep South Bay intact per the COI. I find the coastal district quite large, but I don't see a way out of that. I am concerned about the population variances between the districts are quite severe, sometimes swings of 20 to 30,000 people. But to keep it simple and short, I will end there.
All right, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, followed by Commissioner Serban.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank the public for their thoughtful and civil engagement with us. And if you saw my comments, you'll see that, frankly, I did not prefer any of these current maps, but given no other choices, I ranked them 13A and B as my first and second choice, and map 14 is my last choice. I can tell you that I agree with all of Vice Chair Katarina's comments, and in particular, her priorities. I just coincidentally seem to share those, but there's something I want to say. We have heard tonight that map 14, previously map 10, should move forward because it's the only map that responds to the months of public input that we've been receiving. That it respects the VRA, it responds to the BIPOC and LGBTQ community by keeping intact the map submitted by PANA, and that it keeps a significant AAPI population in one district. And in particular, they're talking about the fact that it keeps it in the coastal district. And as I said, these are all priorities of mine too, but what you need to know is that all of these conditions are also true for the original map 11 and the current map 13A, okay? All of those same conditions exist for map 11 and 13A, which is why I'm advocating actually for a return to map 11 or continued revision of 13A. Because I think map 11 does a better job of addressing the COI concerns and keeping more communities intact in the ways that Co-Vice Chair Katarina already described. I think it does better by East County, it does better by North County. I think is actually more balanced with regards to the rural districts, with the unincorporated districts, which to me, the way that map 13A looks is just very imbalanced. I know that map 11 and 13A are not perfect, but they continue, as we heard tonight, to get the support, the majority of the support from the commission. And if you read the public comments, not the ones that were made tonight, although got a lot of support tonight verbally, but also in the e-comments, those maps 11 and 13A get a great amount of support. I think the majority of support. It's going to require trade-offs. I'm willing to discuss those. I would, one final thing I say is that I think we should avoid finessing that contiguity issue in, the ferry and the bridge and whatever. And I would move for, I would advocate for moving Coronado, not Point Loma, but Coronado into D1 to avoid that. Thank you.
Commissioner Serban, followed by Commissioner Diaz.
Okay, I guess I wasn't really ready to go so early, but I do want to begin by thanking the people of the county for the civil dialogue on this important issue. I'm inspired by the obvious passion displayed by our community tonight. I understand and appreciate that many may be speaking on behalf of others, and I thank them for their work and sharing with us the common values that unite their communities with others. First, as to my response to the survey, I apologize for the way it appears to have been recorded. I it looks like it's been truncated, so I can correct my response later. As for how I feel to the proposed maps, the record reflects my support of map 14 and maintaining a cohesive AAPI a district that maintains the integrity of the AAPI community of interest. I think that asserting that map 13A or map 11, its prior iteration, preserves that community, misunderstands that community's geography. We heard tonight and throughout the past few months that the AAPI community of interest consists of that central portion of San Diego that is becoming divided in both maps 13 and 13B. So I don't know what we're trying to achieve tonight, if we're trying to get to a motion, but I think we should talk a little bit about, I'd be interested in hearing how we are going to proceed after these opening statements procedurally.
Commissioner Diaz, followed by Commissioner Brown.
I think Commissioner Diaz had to depart.
Okay, Commissioner Brown, followed by Commissioner Pons.
Okay. Am I on? I agree. I think map 13A seems to fit most people's wants better than some of the others, but although 14 did deserve a lot of attention, probably twice as much attention than 13A as far as my count goes. So I don't have any problem pushing both of those forward if we want to narrow it down to 2 from 3. However, with 13A, I would make a few suggestions, just making sure that the Harmony Grove and Elfin Forest area gets taken out of D3 and put into D4. That the southeast portion of Escondido that's unincorporated come out of the D3 and go into D5. El Cajon and Rancho Santa Fe should go from D2 over into D3 and become the rural. And the D4 in San Diego, that's kind of east of the 805, should go from the D4, excuse me, to the D3 or D2, whichever seems to fit it best. And I don't know how the population is going to work out with those. That would be my recommendations. Thank you. And thank you, public, for coming and giving us all your information and ideas and thoughts and wants. It helps.
Commissioner Pons, followed by Commissioner Russ.
Yes, great comments from the public. Really appreciated your thoughtful, passionate, and considerate input, and also because it was so civil. My concerns are multiple. One is on districts maps 13A and 13B, the large size of the Western Coastal Districts. I think they're really, really large. I'm also concerned with maps 13A and 13B, where the northern and southern edges go from all the way from the northern edge of the county down to the southern edge of the county. And that's kind of expansive too. I really appreciate trying to maintain the integrity and the cohesion of the East County communities to the maximum extent possible. I think they were very passionate about that. I think they make a good argument for trying to maintain those communities of interest together and maintaining that cohesion. What I like to do is to study further the impact of both of those maps, 13A and 13B, on the BIPOC communities. But going down to map 14, it's going to be a challenge. But in order of preference, it was map 14 for me and 13A.
Commissioner Russ, followed by Commissioner Chen.
Well, we've all read hundreds of email comments, and we've listened to hundreds of testimony here too. And the thing that strikes me is a lot of people are looking at a single objective function, and we have several objective functions. Plus, a lot of people who have testified I don't know that they're really considering the constraints that we have to consider. And so we have to look at the whole package. Looking at the whole package, I think the draft map 14 has two fatal flaws. The first fatal flaw is in the southern district, having all one district going all the way from Imperial Beach all the way out to the eastern border of the county, and of course all along the international border. Those are we've heard people from that area really be very very vocal in saying that, you know, these are different COIs, very, very different COIs. So that's a fatal flaw. The other fatal flaw is the northwest quadrant. Up in the northwest quadrant, the Camp Pendleton all the way over to Fallbrook. Thank you, Arv. I appreciate that. all the way over to Fallbrook and down into the 78 corridor. I think that has just totally been disallowed in map 14. So I don't want to spend any more time on map 14. I think map 14 is fatally flawed. Map 13B, which is kind of and I second it to have map 13B drawn. I don't like it. I second it, but I also seconded map 13A. I like map 13A. Map 13A, the genesis of that was map 11. And I do agree with Commissioner Garcia that, yeah, map 11, map 13A, those are ones that we can work with. I like the way that the northwest quadrant of the county is really taken care of. To be sure, we have eliminated Carlsbad from the I-78 corridor. We did hear the mayor of Oceanside tonight actually endorse map 13A. Carlsbad is kind of bifurcated. You know, it's also a coastal territory. It's subject to the Coastal Commission. It has issues that Escondido doesn't have. And so I think that map 13A really takes care of that northwest quadrant. The other thing that map 13A takes care of is that it does take care of the East County issue. Now, I do think map 13A could be improved upon. For example, I look at Escondido. Escondido would love to include that in the East County, but that's got 107,000 individuals in Escondido. So we got to find 107,000 individuals, maybe in district, that'd be District 2. And I think we can, as we move north into Tierra Santa, up into just south of Miramar, maybe south of Scripps Ranch, and maybe into maybe even north of Miramar. So I think 13A is very inclusive.
Probably not too far away, maybe half an hour.
But 11, as Commissioner Garcia said, that can be worked with too. But 13A is an offshoot of 11. I like 13A.
Commissioner Chen, followed by Commissioner Inman.
I'd like to caution all of us not to fall for recency bias and remember the comments we've gotten throughout this entire process, not just the latest ones. I'm going to keep my comments mostly to North County in these areas because that's what I'm most familiar with. Carlsbad, I know, would not want to be broken out of the 78 corridor. It doesn't identify with the other coastal cities. It identifies very much more with the other 78 corridor cities. I know there's a trade-off there to be done with Escondido and Fallbrook and Bonsall and the tribes that are to the east. I know they want to maintain their relationship. So one way or another, somebody's not going to be happy because we can't have Carlsbad and Escondido and the tribes and Fallbrook, et cetera, all in one district. To that point, I would rather see us leave things the same or closer to the same. In other words, Escondido not being moved back into North County, into the North County district, rather than make a proactive move, which upsets people by moving Carlsbad out. I was very interested in the community map 9 that was submitted tonight, the public map 9, with particular regard to the East County and North County districts that had outlined, because I think it addresses a lot of the issues that have been brought up. And I know we had taken a motion on the 13th to look at a similar map. And I'd like to have that conversation at some point.
Commissioner Inman, followed by Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, thank you. So I echo a lot of the sentiments that have been made around draft map 13A or 11. Those two maps, I do see promise. The map, draft map 14, I agree with Commissioner Russ, is fatally flawed in how it treats the East County. It's just not a workable solution there, and I see no way to resolve that other than to work with draft maps 11 and 13A for the reasons that have already been stated. We are going to have to make trade-offs, as Commissioner Chen just said. They're not going to be easy trade-offs, and not everyone is unfortunately going to be happy. We do have mutually exclusive constraints. You know, if you do one thing, as was so aptly shown in the presentation today by Flo, if you do one thing, it does lead to cascading effect on occasion, and it's very hard to come to a solution. So again, I do believe draft map 14 is fatally flawed in how it treats the East County, and the maps that I believe would be viable are draft map 11 or 13A. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson, followed by Commissioner Krugliak.
Hi, thank you so much for the time. First, I want to respond to Alex and John. Your presentation was excellent, and I love seeing just what the changes were rather than seeing the whole map over again. So that I appreciate that, and I wanted to let you know. I'm in agreement with most people. I agree that 13A going back to 11 is the best place for us to be working from. I'm especially struck by the community in North County, in the Fallbrook and the unincorporated areas, Valley Center, who mentioned not only that they had a community of interest with the incorporated cities, but they were dependent on them for services such as hospitals, schools, transportation. And so if you cut off that access to the things that they're dependent on, that really changes their everyday functioning. And they've really made that clear to me. As far as Carlsbad is concerned, the only issue that seemed to unite them with the corridor specifically was the issue of the airport. And the airport is under a county district-wide supervision. It's owned by the county. And I think that those common interests can be handled other than through one supervisor. So that's my feeling about North County. I'm still concerned about that eastern border of Escondido and whether we've accommodated those people that where one person on one side of the street is included and the other side of the street is not. And I'm not sure whether you've looked at that or not. As far as the El Cajon committee, or City of El Cajon is concerned, we obviously have two distinct and opposing viewpoints on where El Cajon should be. And we're just going to have to go back and review all the information that we've gotten and make a choice. And it's not going to make everybody happy. But, you know, we heard early on from the immigrant community wanting to be united with the other immigrants. And that was underlined today by several of the speakers that expanded on that. But, you know, really, I need more time to digest all this information before I'm really to go to make a final decision. So I hope we'll have another meeting that maybe doesn't take a whole lot of new input, but helps us to review what we already know. And that's my comment.
Commissioner Krugliak, and concluding with Commissioner Larson.
Thank you. I'm not really wild about any of the maps, and I'm also not thrilled with the commentary. Just seems to be it's got to be one or the other. this map fits everybody in the county when the very next person's going to tell you that no, it doesn't. I wish that we were listening to each other a little bit more and accommodating of the fact that it's very hard and there isn't one map that actually is the best right now. One thing that continues to bother me is that the PANA map is the size of one district. And we know that when one district is fixed, it impacts every single other district. And so the PANA map as it exists, and we've taken it from day one as sacrosanct, it represents 2 COIs. It does not represent 1 COI. And forcing 2 COIs into one district with the result of what it does to all of the other districts, I don't think that necessarily makes sense. And I'm not thrilled with 13A because so much of East County is now mixed in with such a large population westward that it does seem that despite keeping a lot of East County together, the relative population still isn't there. So I don't really know where I stand. I'm not thrilled with a lot of this. And the one other comment that always hits me is the military comments that come in from North County that really push for keeping Carlsbad in a single county with the rest of the 78 corridor. I know that they're not as plentiful, but they hit home every time that they call in. So yeah, I don't really know where I stand.
Commissioner Larson.
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I really want to compliment John and the Flow staff. You're doing a terrific job. And it's really difficult to balance all these differing demands from both the commissioners and the public and the law that we have to follow. I think you're doing a great job and really appreciate it. I really favor map 13A. I think it reflects public input to a great extent. As best we can balance it right now. I certainly favor a full coastal district between Carlsbad and Coronado. 2 strong anchors for a very important district, very important community of interest that has importance to our county in more ways than I think most people in the East appreciate. Secondly, I agree with almost all the comments that are being made about the various communities of interest and agricultural districts in our eastern counties. And with the co-vice chairs and their comments, the public inputs, I think, have been taken into account in 13A as best we can. 14 would be my second choice, but 11 or 13A are the strongest ones. And finally, I want to thank the public of our county for their interest and their consideration in just helping us in this task. And it's really a joint effort on all our parts, but we really appreciate all the written and oral comments we've received. Thank you.
Chair.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners, for that, because I think it does help us understand where one another are. Couple of comments before we move to a discussion. When we are talking about a map preferred or ranked first in mind, I would appreciate it, and I think I heard this, but I just want to clarify, that the test not be what you think will work best in the final, but what we can work from best together. I have to admit, I share some of Commissioner Krugliak's uncertainty because I can see some of these maps where I disagree with certain factors as the easiest ones to work with because those disagreements are clear. For example, the border district on map 14, that for me is a very, very simple thing to work with. On the other hand, the nature of public comments we've gotten from the beginning and even tonight on those central areas that Co-Vice Chair Garcia and Commissioner Serban were talking about, that for me is still incredibly complex. And I'm not sure which, if any, of the maps helps us move forward best. Not saying which map works best by itself, but what's the best framework for discussion. So with that in mind, and with a reminder for the public as well, I am used to using the word trade-offs, but I personally don't want to use that here because I don't think it's that kind of situation. People are going to live with each other. People are going to find a way forward. People are going to be mutually respectful. I think we heard in the majority of public comments on one another's concerns. I may not understand everything that happens in other parts of the county from where I live, but I certainly want to hear from those folks and respect what they have to say, and especially respect their voice in how district lines should be drawn and what that means down the road in terms of campaigns, elections, and other political activity. It's a long way of saying, yes, there are things that are going to require numerical shifts, but some of the community of interest comments we've had going back, and I share Commissioner Chen's concern that we not forget what we've heard in the months ago, and we keep that equal weight going. But I learned new things just tonight, both about the maps and about communities of interest that I think are relevant and can be applied. But be that as it may, I had promised we would do our best, even at this hour, to have a more open discussion. And as Commissioner Kugliak put it, a chance to listen more closely to each other. Several commissioners, Commissioner Hansen's comment stays with me for some reason, have asked for that kind of dialogue. What I would suggest is we have, maybe with a set time, depending on commissioners' availability tonight, for an open-ended conversation that can relate to maps, but also can relate to just what you've heard. And my only role foreseen in organizing it would be just to keep us focused on one topic at a time with relevant factors drawn into it. So for instance, if we have a few minutes to talk about the 78 corridor, we can talk about some of those implications down the road that Commissioners Inman and Kugliak and others cited. You can talk about Coronado alongside that, or Hamul alongside that, if it's relevant, but keep a focus talking to each other about, say, the 78 corridor, or about El Cajon and surrounding areas, or about the northern and southern parts of East County, or that central area that we were talking about so much before. I did want to preview that I really would like to get down to 1 or 2 maps. And while I very much appreciate the comments on 13A and 11, I would love it if either tonight we could narrow that down or provide sufficient instruction to Flow Analytics that when we start our meetings on December 2nd and 3rd, we have that narrowed down. That goes to the heart of what I think several commissioners said. I need more time to absorb and think about that. I want to give you that time. I want you to have that time. But first, before we get to anything like motions and a narrowing down to 1 or perhaps 2 maps, let me see first, is there interest in having a discussion centered more on themes than on maps? And if so, what would you like to talk about first? It's 9:50 p.m. right now.
No.
I don't want to go too long, but if any commissioners want to suggest a time certain that we should stop and start thinking about motions, that would be more than welcome to.
I would prefer, I think themes are a good idea.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Chen?
I think themes are a good idea versus maps.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina?
Yes, it's probably not a good idea for me to start with the hardest one, but I look at Escondido as something very important that we need to talk about.
Let's talk about Escondido.
We have 78 corridor. We have a lot of COI input talking about the historical connection between Escondido and North County. And that's very important. And we also have interest from other sources saying they would like to have Escondido in District 2. And, Escondido is being pulled 3 different ways right now. And I think it would be helpful for us to all talk about where we see the best district, using that space. And I'd love to hear from the folks who live there or near there, Stephanie, Chris, and see how we go from there. Because I do think, and Jack, and see what kind of direction and input we can get from them.
Okay, so the hands I have up right now are Commissioners Servin, Chen, Garcia, and Russ. Can we just keep going with that order with a focus on Escondido at the moment? Good. Commissioner Servin.
I'm sorry. So we're talking about Escondido now because I thought we were talking about what themes we were interested in, because
You're more than welcome to bring up another theme. I just would rather stay with Escondido now that it's been opened.
Okay. I mean, I guess I want to clarify that my prior statement, I know I focused on one specific community. That's not the only community I'm obviously interested in. The other, as far as themes that I think we need to talk about, I agree Escondido is a big one. I think Carlsbad, and whether it goes with a coastal district or a corridor, a 78 corridor district, like Commissioner Chen identified as an important theme that we need to answer. And also the question of what to do with El Cajon. And maybe that is a larger question of whether we are committed to maintaining the integrity of the Pana district. And related to that, I'd like to maybe, if it's okay, to respond to what Commissioner Krugliak had said as to the Pana district only responding to 2 COIs. So I'd like to know which COIs those are.
I'd like to hold on that till we get to a subject, whether it's El Cajon or the BIPOC corridor or however, save that comment because I'm sure we'll have that. Point noted that you'd like to talk about Carlsbad as well as El Cajon. So let's stay with Escondido for now, and we'll come back to those. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chen, then Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
So as requested, since I live in Carlsbad and I'm close to the North County issues, Escondido certainly is part of the 78 corridor. It has a lot in common with the other 78 corridor cities. If we could squeeze it into the existing North County District 5, that would be great, but we can't without moving essentially Carlsbad out or moving Fallbrook and Bonson, the other unincorporated areas out. Those areas have made a strong case. I think it's true that they are dependent and have a lot of interdependency with the other 78 corridor cities. So given that the ideal situation of just putting Escondido back in with the other North County District 5 right now is not workable, my view would be that I think you go with inertia because things have been working okay the way they are. And we've gotten a lot of comments throughout this process, but especially lately, that things are okay as they are. Don't change them. I know there are some things we definitely want to change, especially in the central district. But as far as making a change like moving Carlsbad to the coastal cities, which none of the coastal areas asked for, they said running from Encinitas to Coronado. They specifically excluded Carlsbad, and that Carlsbad's fine with that. But again, if I'd rather let the inertia go because things are working now, and people have said, don't redistrict. Things are working okay. Again, there are some things I know we want to address down in the central areas. But as far as the East County and the North County, particularly with respect to Escondido and Carlsbad go, I think leaving things closer to the way they are now is a better outcome. Mr. Caterina, does that address some of your, does that give you my thoughts about Escondido to your satisfaction, you think?
Well, yeah, it does. But what it makes me think of is Escondido is already out of North County because it's in D3. Right. So what I hear from that, just let me finish and let you go. What I hear from that is that even though they're separate, they can function as a 78 corridor.
As a matter of fact, I would say because I've been counting, about half the comments, people think Escondido is already a part of the District 5. So that does seem to be working the way it is. And that's why I would rather not make a change. Because I think a lot of people are reasonably happy with the way things are, and it is working the way it is.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Commissioner Russ.
Yeah, so I think we've heard from a number of people who understand where Escondido is, which district it is. It's actually split right now between 3 and 5. And we've heard about a COI that would like Escondido to be united with Vista, San Marcos, and the northern unincorporated areas. I think what I want to do is agree with Commissioner Inman and Commissioner Russ about a district that puts together all of the incorporated cities and the 78 corridor into one district. That to me is also a fatal flaw. I would call it a non-starter. But I'm open to looking at other ways to build a District 5 that we believe responds to the public input as best as we can. And I think I want to suggest that perhaps there are parts of Escondido, as I said, Escondido currently is split between 2 districts. There are the farthest sort of southeastern and southwestern parts of Escondido that kind of stick out, if you will, they protrude. And I mean, I'm wondering if we should be considering something like splitting up Escondido and putting the majority of it in the North County and moving some of it into the East County, where it will help with the population in East County, which is one of the struggles that we've had. And I know one of the things that we've been trying to do and that we're required to do is to keep communities intact. But I think we might also want to consider something like that. And I don't know how much that would help, but I think Escondido I would like us to try really hard to keep Escondido, the majority of Escondido in North County. But I'm open to other options. Just the one thing that I don't feel like I would really want to consider is all the incorporated cities in one district and you know, as shown on map 14 or previous map 10. That doesn't work for me. And I don't think it works for the community either.
Thank you, Commissioner Russ, then Commissioner Brown, then Commissioner Serban.
Well, the fact of the matter is that Escondido has 150 individuals and Carlsbad has 114. So you can't have them both. And the split up the communities, I don't think that's I don't care for that. I think that there's a large community of interest that's the entire city of Escondido. And Commissioner Chen, you and I were at the Escondido hearing in person several months ago. I remember, and I wouldn't say that people are happy with the status quo. We sure heard a lot at that hearing that that Escondido it's at pretty much the eastern terminus of the major part of the 78. And then of course people to the north in the unincorporated areas showed up at that too. So I don't know that keeping the status quo is really the solution here. I think the solution is to listen to the individuals as we did in Escondido last summer or late summer, and there was a lot of discontent with the status quo.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, then Commissioner Serban, then Commissioner Inman. Commissioner Brown.
I agree with Jack Russ, Commissioner Russ. I live in Valley Center, and so I know that having Escondido be pulled out of District 5 years ago when that happened, that was a surprise to them, and they lost a lot of their voice. And so I can hear that they're speaking up now, saying I want back in. They're an intricate part of that I-78 corridor. The bottom boundary is Lake Hodges. The eastern boundary is San Pasqual Valley. So that whole section should be included with Escondido somehow. And it's very important to keep all the smaller towns, for instance, Valley Center, which is going to double in size over the next 10 years, in with Escondido, because our egress and ingress and egress are through Escondido primarily. It's almost like an extra finger of ours. And we just are real compact right there in our valley. And the same thing for Fallbrook and Bonsall. They're small communities, but they're dependent on the larger cities that are around them for most of the services. And so that's the connection, I think. And I would just like to see that all be kept together. And I agree, I don't think there's any way we can keep both Carlsbad and Escondido in the same district. It's grown too big. So for me, I think Carlsbad will still have a say in the airport, but then this way they can have more of a say in their coastal section too. And I don't know, I don't live in Carlsbad, but I've always kind of considered them as part of the coastal group, not just starting in Encinitas, but going all the way up into Carlsbad. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Brown, before you finish though, would you like, because Harmony Grove and neighboring communities on 13A and 11 are in District 3, do you want to say a word about whether you think that would be something that could be worked on from those two maps?
Yes, I had mentioned earlier that I think Harmony Grove and Elfin Forest, those two areas, they're kind of small developments that are south of Escondido, kind of south of the San Marcos Escondido border. And I think they can go from D3, they could go into D4, which is the coastal district. And that would fit okay, because there's enough of a separation from them and the major part of San Marcos and Escondido that would probably work fine. But there is that one section of Escondido where part of it is unincorporated and part of it is incorporated Escondido that are across the street from each other. And it's not a huge section in the unincorporated part. It's the one that kind of goes out toward Safari Park. Those few houses, I don't know what the population of that area is, but that should be part of Escondido as well. It shouldn't be separated because it's basically joined at the street that divides them.
Yeah, Harmony Grove's only 2,100 people.
Yeah, and what is Elfin Forest?
Let me look it up. I'll be there in a minute.
We'll come back to that. Good. All right, right now I've got Commissioner Servin, Commissioner Inman when his internet is restored. It apparently went out. And then Commissioner Pons. So Commissioner Pons, please be ready if Commissioner Inman's not back yet. Commissioner Servin.
I wanted to echo Commissioner Russ's thoughtful comments on the earlier public comment and feedback that we received when we held our public meeting in Escondido. That I heard the same thing from the public, and I think moving forward with keeping Escondido where it is a non-starter for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Pons.
Okay, I'm not familiar with North County very much, so I can listen without bias. But I think what I heard most often is that they want to bring Escondido and keep it together. That's the first thing. But the second thing is there was a departure from that agreement on which district it should go in, whether it should go in District 5 or District 3. And I think that's the biggest decision. Which district will it go in? So I don't know what the answer is, but I think the answer to the first question is we need to bring it together as one district and then figure out if it goes in a single district, whether it be 5 or 3.
And for what it's worth, Commissioner Pons, thank you for that, because I think that's the kind of framing question that's helpful to keep in mind as we go through this. Still don't have Commissioner Inman back, but we have talked about this for just about 15 minutes now. So if it's okay with commissioners, I'll suggest we keep all that in mind and move on. I feel like we've also talked about Carlsbad within that. Is there any particular topic that another commissioner would like to raise right now for further discussion? Commissioner Russ?
Escondido. I'm sorry, El Cajon.
Very
started with an E. Started with an E, right?
We'll take
El Cajon.
Very good. Okay. Commissioner Russ, do you want to start us off?
I would. I know that we've had El Cajon in the quote, the PANA map. And
Commissioner, can I just ask, and it's for all commissioners, because of the way we've proceeded on publicly submitted maps, could I suggest instead of using that term, we use something like BIPOC corridor or something along that line? I think we all know what we're talking about, but I'd rather keep it thematic. Thanks.
Okay, the BIPOC corridor, where we have El Cajon as the eastern terminus there. And I've lived in San Diego County since graduating from high school in Washington, D.C. since 1963. So that tells you how old I am, except for the times when I was in the Navy and I was gone, you know. But El Cajon really, I'm convinced that it should belong in East County as well. But El Cajon has 107,000 people, and if you add that into District 3, here again, I'm looking at draft map 13A. You're going to have to find 100,000 people somewhere else out of District 3, and I think you have them north of La Mesa, north of the I-8 into Tierra Sana, into Del Sur, Grantville. If you just go north and make those part of the center city, I kind of look at that as the center city. I'm looking at the green, if you will. Well, that's District 2. So if we can, I know that Tierra Sana has about 30,000 people. So that's 30,000 of the 100,000 that I would need. I would ask, I would love to have Flo find another 70,000 people as we move north from Interstate 8. So I think that's doable. But I'm more and more convinced, even though realizing that we have quite an immigrant community in El Cajon, it is an East County area. And you go up the El Cajon pass, the El Cajon grade into La Mesa, there is quite a demarcation there. So that's what I would proffer in making map 13A a bit more responsive to not just what we heard tonight, but what we've been hearing for months, what we've been reading about for months and months and months, and what we heard when we were in El Cajon for the hearings back in August as well. So I would like to see about putting El Cajon and maybe even Rancho San Diego. Rancho San Diego has well, I don't have that number offhand, but see if those couldn't be fit into the East County district, and we move north of Interstate 8 into Tierra Sana and up into towards Miramar, to see if we can find those 100,000 people to replace.
Okay, we have Commissioner Inman back, so I'm going to give him turn to him next, then Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Co-Vice Chair Caterina. I do feel obliged on the El Cajon issue to just speak for a moment myself, that I'm finding this very, very conflicting information. And I keep going back to my wife's grandmother, a first-generation Mexican immigrant who developed some taste for shawarma, for an Arab dish that was being served down the street. There's a lot of different things happening in El Cajon. And again, I don't consider this necessarily a hard choice or a trade-off. I consider it, how do we look at all the different factors? ranging from the fact that El Cajon and La Mesa have city councils, which is an interesting point that came out tonight, relative to unincorporated areas desperately needing their supervisor to focus on their issues because they don't have city councils, to population trend lines, which I think there's been a good bit of indication about how that BIPOC community is growing and growing to the east, to the historic and long-standing ties that Commissioner Russ just mentioned. There's a lot to balance through there, and I think that's going to remain an issue. That for me is going to be one of the issues we're going to have to spend some time discussing on December 2nd and 3rd. And to that end, if that means we spend a little less time on it tonight, so be it. But I did want to just frame that. So Commissioner Inman, then Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. My internet kind of went south on me here. So my one comment that I was going to make earlier in the discussion talking about keeping communities whole, such as Escondido, potentially El Cajon, there is one city where we obviously split it, San Diego. And it's obvious why. It's simply too big to be in one district. But some of these other larger cities are reaching a critical size where it's extremely hard to keep them whole and satisfy the various communities of interest that we are trying to satisfy. And I do think people can point to pockets of Escondido that have a certain character and history that's not uniform across the city. That's what makes some of these cities so interesting, and the diverse population that you have. Some of those things could also be said about El Cajon. It is evolving. Our county is evolving and changing, and the cities within their municipal boundaries are evolving and changing. So it may be time to think about looking at some of these cities and, drawing some lines where some of the larger cities are split. I think that's potentially something to be done. Relative to El Cajon, I would also say that the East County isn't giving up their retail centers by losing El Cajon, which is sometimes what we're hearing. There are unincorporated communities that are still in the East County, Santee and Lakeside, which are actually closer to a lot of the East County than El Cajon is. You have to go through those communities to get to El Cajon a lot of times. So those are my comments really that I wanted to make. So thank you, Chair Boehm. And again, I apologize for losing connectivity there.
Hardly your fault. And I'm assuming that was all you urgently had to say about Escondido when you dropped off. Good. Okay, so I have Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Co-Vice Chair Caterina, Commissioner Hanson. And before I turn to Rosette, are there any commissioners who want the floor who have trouble raising electronic hands? I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Very good. So Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Inman, for those comments about the big city, the cities that are getting larger. And I just real quickly to go back to Escondido. I know there are areas of Escondido that have a bit more of an that are different than sort of the downtown areas and whatever. And that's where I was coming from when I said maybe we should consider breaking up a little bit of Escondido. With regards to what Commissioner Russ was suggesting about El Cajon, I've been giving a lot of thought to that as well. And a lot of thought, and I'm open. And also to sort of go back to what Commissioner Kubliak said earlier about looking at the BIPOC map district that was drawn and that we have basically implemented in all of our maps. And I think they were in my the survey comments that I suggested. I'm not sure about El Cajon. I think we really have to think hard about that and consider, as Commissioner Boehm said, the trend line in population, the changing population that's happening in that area. But I was looking, for example, at Rancho San Diego, which is about 21,000 people, Commissioner Russ. And perhaps moving that into the East County. It's my impression that might be a compromise. It's not what many of the East County residents are asking for when they say El Cajon is sort of like the capital of East County or something like that. But in making and considering what we might move around in the East County and in this BIPOC community, one of the things that I would want to be sure that we're doing is looking at the CVAP numbers and at the ability to elect a representative of their choice, this of the BIPOC community that we know is there with this particular district as it's drawn. I think it can be redrawn and still accomplish that and still protect those communities of interest. But that would be the thing that I would want to consider. And if we can, if El Cajon can be moved out and we can still protect these communities that we've heard so much about and who I believe their interests need to be protected, then perhaps that's something that we could consider. Thank you.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
So I just wanted to say something about El Cajon. My husband grew up in El Cajon in the 60s, and they rode horses in their backyard and they played in the canyons. Those canyons are filled with homes now. El Cajon is changing, and it's changing fast. And we've heard that from our community. And I think we have to consider this, that we have, I believe, up to 1,200 families, Afghan families moving into El Cajon pretty soon. And this community is going to need exactly what we were told they would need by the BIPOC COI, that they're going to need these services and they're going to need one-stop shopping and not two districts who have to provide, the really intense language translation that's needed. And so that's what I think about when I think about El Cajon. I hear from the people in East County that they don't want to be citified. They don't want to become like San Diego. And I think, to me, what I would like to do is to honor that as best we can, because again, we are not going to make everybody happy. I agree with Commissioner Garcia. There may be a way to carve out some communities that might help lessen the pain for the people in East County, because they're COI. I understand that too, and it's a very large area, and we've got to kind of balance this this issue as we move forward. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, then Commissioner Serban.
I just wanted to mention what I think I might have told you before, but in the 90s, I worked in the refugee resettlement community as a fundraiser to support the resettlement process and to manage the contracts that they got mostly from the federal government. And the decision to move to El Cajon was an economic decision because they had used up all of the affordable housing in City Heights and the area where they were comfortable, and where all of these agencies were located was in City Heights. And they moved out to East County and to the center of, which was a depressed area of the city of El Cajon, where rents were cheap. And then some of these people now have moved beyond that center city. But I agree that maybe only a part of El Cajon actually represents these immigrant communities, and that maybe it's time to split it in half, because I do hear the rural side, but that does not represent the resettlement clients that I met and that I knew there. They lived in El Cajon because it was a city with services and cheap rent. And that's why. But that was, now it's 20 years ago and things have changed. But I think it's important to remember the historical background of why El Cajon has changed so much. So that's it.
Thank you. No, it's good perspective, and I think it echoed some of the things we heard even tonight. Commissioner Serban.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. So what I'm hearing is that I think this is a question of whether we're looking forward and recognizing the changing face of the county or attempting to remain fixed with the current configuration of the county as it is. The current alignment of El Cajon as reflected in all of our current maps is a reflection perhaps of the former rather than the latter. I think earlier I heard that the PANA map might be limited in its representation of communities of interest. I think it represents and responds to several communities of interest, some of which are the LGBTQ community, the BIPOC community, the refugee community, the immigrant community, and the Arab American community, to name some, not all. And finally, in talking about El Cajon, I think we seem to be talking about whether to include it in an East County district. And I think we really, really need to talk about this East County district. What is it? Where is it? And is it preserved by unifying it with El Cajon? Or is it preserved by unifying it with Sorrento Valley and Mira Mesa as we do in map 13A, or unifying it with Claremont and Linda Vista as we do in map 13B? I think that East County question is a very large question that we need to start talking about.
And oddly enough, with no further hands and about 16 minutes into this discussion, unless anyone has anything more to say about El Cajon at the moment, I would propose we go on and have that conversation about East County. And since Commissioner Serban, it's not my usual pattern to call on a commissioner for second round of comments, but since you clearly have it on your mind, would you like to kick that off?
Sure. I mean, I guess I'll say what I have on my mind. I don't have anything prepared, and I would be happy to reply to Commissioner's thoughts. My initial thoughts on East County are really only framed in terms of the maps that we've been presented. So I think in preserving East County through maps 13A and B, what we're doing is we're expanding it westward. And I think that's it's an odd conceptualization of East County to me, to make it bigger by making it go west, because is it still East County then? I guess the primary theme that I keep hearing from people in East County is that there are many people who share interests that are aligned with rural communities. And I think we need to understand whether we can preserve the East County as a primarily rural community, or does it have to be combined, unified with some urban center? And if it does have to be unified with some urban center, then which urban center or which population centers does it get combined with, such that we're still respecting the desire of the East County to be combined with communities that reflect its rural interests? Those are my thoughts. I'm happy to hear from my fellow commissioners on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I have Commissioner Inman, Co-Vice Chair, Commissioner Krugliak, Co-Vice Chair Garcia. I can't help but keep recalling what Alex mentioned and what we've seen before. The total population of unincorporated areas in the county is around 510,000, 150,000 below the ideal figure. So there's going to be some combination. I think we've heard a lot tonight about El Cajon and even La Mesa and Lebanon Grove. perhaps somewhat reflecting Commissioner Chen's point about people saying the less change, the better. And I think that's a legitimate perspective a lot of people have spoken about tonight and in weeks and months past. But I do think that question, as Commissioner Serban just framed it, is a very good one to hone in on. What centers are attached and to what extent? And particularly with 13A and 13B, we see variations. In fact, that's the heart of the variation, isn't it? On how to cope with that. And I can think of no better introduction for Commissioner Inman. Please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I do completely agree with Commissioner Serban's statement, the way he ended it. It is about what urban areas are we going to attach with the rural East County. The rural East County, as Chair Bain just said, is not, there's not sufficient population. It's more about the culture and the lifestyle and what areas best reflect that in terms of the cities, communities that we find bordering the less densely populated East County or the less densely populated rural areas. Escondido, I think, is the most problematic community in terms of defining its place. I think up in the north, we do have an easier go of it. I do think Escondido does go better with the rural flavor of Bonsall, Rainbow, Fallbrook, and those communities. When you get down in the East County, on the border, I don't believe you can have Chula Vista being connected with those less densely populated areas of inland San Diego County. And so that is the issue. How do you find the right combination of urban centers to connect with the border community down there in San Diego? And some of the trade-offs that Commissioner Garcia talked about, Rancho Santa Fe potentially, or some of those other communities may be the right ones to associate with the East County down on the border. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
I'd like to defer to Commissioner Krugliak. You can come back to me.
I am sorry, I had different order on my screen. Commissioner Krugliak, of course, please.
I just wanted to say that I completely agree with what Commissioner Serban said. And I think that in combination with Co-Chair Garcia and Commissioner Inman's comments about Rancho San Diego and more rural areas of Escondido, respectively, it would be really interesting to understand the trade-offs between what's currently the westward pull of East County versus some potentially more populous but yet more rural regions adjacent, as long as we understand what that would do to the districts and the COIs that we've identified. So I empathize with the problem, and I think that these are all really great areas to pursue to potentially come to a nice solution.
Thank you for that. And again, my apologies. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
I actually probably would only echo all the comments that have just been made. So I will stop there.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina, then Commissioner Serban.
So I was intrigued by, I think it was something Commissioner Serban said about, why are we going west for a rural district? And I thought to myself, yeah, why are we doing that? So let's just say the 15 is your border. Everything on the east side of the 15 is in District 2, up to the 78. So you have a corner or half of Escondido, which is probably a decent population. And maybe that might be enough to get us to a place where we can come to some some kind of agreement. And what I'm thinking is that the areas that are closest to East County are likely, I mean, this is an assumption, and it's probably a gross assumption on my part, but are likely to be more similar to East County values than the community to the west or the north. Again, just guessing, but we know there's a pull there. We know there's a connection. You know, and is this something we should think about? I have trouble pulling, but I would agree if there were something we could do with El Cajon, I would agree to splitting that as well. But the trouble I think we have is it comes to us as all or nothing, and we don't have really enough information, and this has been repeated, to decide where do we cut it off, where does the immigrant community stop and the rural community start in El Cajon, for example. So those are the things that we just don't know, and may be unknowable. So I still am wanting to keep the BIPOC COI intact, and but I'm willing to entertain other discussions that might give us some options.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, sorry.
So one other thing that might provide us some options, if we were to take some, if we were to move some of the BIPOC community of that district currently as it's drawn and move it into East County, like Rancho San Diego or Bostonia or I don't know what, but one of the persons who, someone who provided public input tonight was commending us for that BIPOC district and referred to it as a BIPOC LGBTQ district, and referred and mentioned that District 3 of the city of San Diego was like the LGBTQ council district. Mm-hmm. And I printed that out really quickly. And if we were to use that, there's more community we could add to that BIPOC community and potentially, again, like I said, maintain the, the ability to elect, or the, just basically the COI interests that we're already trying to respect there. So there's that. And then maybe this is a little off topic, but the other thing that I would like us to consider doing, and I know that we heard conflicting testimony to this, but I still think it's the right thing to do. I think it's one of these things where we have to balance some competing interests, because we might take some community out of District 1 in the Southern District and move it into East County. I would actually move Coronado and not Point Loma, but Coronado into District 1. And we would then get rid of entirely the whole contiguity issue that I'm a little bit wary of walking into. But that might help with some of the communities that we're moving around in the East County and in that BIPOC district.
Rosette, I might say that Coronado's 20,000 people, and already District 1 is 22. Is that right? No, District 1 is well, they're 22,000 short. So that would make them, more toward the ideal size.
Kind of knew that.
Oh, you did know? Okay, I should have known that. I should have known that you knew that.
All right, I have Commissioners Serban, Chen, and I think Hanson, although, is that a hand back down?
I changed my mind.
Okay, that's all right. No, you can change it again later if you want. Commissioners Garcia and Russ, I think it's interesting to bring up the District 1 angle. I think I've said before, I've got relatively strong feelings about moving Coronado, given some pretty extensive and continuing comment from communities of interest about that. But one thing I had not considered before, given that El Cajon, I think Commissioner Russ says around 107,000. So you're still looking at a considerable gap, even if all of El Cajon is put within quote unquote East County District. But if you go farther south of Spring Valley into an area in and around Bonita, which is in District 1, my memory is that's still only 12 to 15,000 people. But I can tell you firsthand, there are an awful lot of horses there. It's got a more rural feeling to it. And there's even an unincorporated pocket along there. I see Commissioner Pond smiling and remembering that. And I do wonder, because I hate simplistic solutions with regard to something like Coronado contiguity. I'm just still attached to Commissioner Larson's definitions. But I do wonder if we could continue to explore the areas around El Cajon, including Rancho San Diego, including Spring Valley, including Bostonia, and some of those other areas, but also even down into District 1. There is a certain component there that looks, and I would need to hear more about it demographically, but I think it'd be interesting to see. Now, I want to be fair to the commissioners who've been patient. Is that okay if we continue with the list? I see a lot of people wanting to jump in. Okay.
Chair Bame, all I wanted to say is that even if we were to move Coronado into District 1, it protects the Khoi community that we've heard about. I mean, it doesn't impact them in a negative way. And if I thought it did, I would not suggest it. So that's the only reason I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I understand the intent there. What I'm balancing that against is the community of interest input that I think would say it does, even if statistically it doesn't. And there's some history to that district that may be hard to get at through a racially polarized voting analysis, but there is plenty of public information about the politics that have gone on in that region. But that is a separate conversation down the road. So Commissioner Serban, then Commissioner Chen.
Oh, thank you, Chair Bame. So as much as we had considerable and extensive public comment asking us not to unite Coronado with the rest of D1, we also received the same amount of public comment about respecting a community of interest encompassing a border district from Imperial Beach to Imperial County. If we're talking about East County, we need to talk about whether and how we will respond to this input asking us for this community of interest, for this district respecting the border community of interest. So that's one point. And then the other point that I want to make is we've been talking, we've kind of been nibbling around the edges by talking about Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley, but I mean, I'm still, the major issue to me is we're talking about, I think Flo said it's 150,000 people in that central portion of San Diego. That's the primary issue to me. So we need to really talk about bigger numbers than just the numbers in Rancho San Diego. Although I do appreciate those suggestions.
And again, just to flesh out for data, if I'm doing my math right, of Rancho San Diego around 21,000, Spring Valley, I want to say is in the 30 to 32,000 range. Add that Bonita population that's somewhere above 10,000, you're not getting right to it, but you're beginning to get in the range. And I just wondering if that might be worth exploring further. Maybe not tonight, because we're already getting to what's been the fair time limit on these issues. So I have Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Pond, Commissioner Hen.
Alex, do you want to jump in before I speak?
Thank you, Commissioner Chen. Just really quickly wanted to point out, and I'll share my screen to kind of show everyone. I had to find it, it's kind of buried. But down in the meeting minutes for, I think it's the 14th of October, there's an item 7, and it has the last page of a PDF document, table 4, and it has, for quick reference for everybody, total population, at least for all of these incorporated municipalities at the top, and then all the CDPs in here. So some of them you just referenced, Chair Bame, yeah, correct, like Spring Valley, 31,000. And I think we were just talking about Bonita. So yeah, about 13,000. So if anybody needs that, it's there.
Alex, if you don't mind, would you send that afterwards to staff? And Barbara, could you just circulate that to all commissioners or even post it as a separate
Absolutely.
attachment?
Yes, indeed.
That's a very useful document, Alex. Thank you for that. And Commissioner, Chen, thank you for noticing Alex had a great contribution to make. I apologize.
Okay, two quick comments. One, I think that we've also gotten a lot of feedback regarding the border cities, that the border cities that are, or the border areas that are farther inland relate more to the rural areas than they do to the border areas that are closer to the coast. So I think having that East County rural area go out the border probably makes a lot of people happy. The other comment was triggered by what Co-Chair Katarina said about the areas east of the 15. And I'm reminded that I saw several comments where Poway and Santee both said they wanted to be in the East County district. So if we're looking for numbers, those are some areas to look. That's it.
Thank you for that. And I would note those are
They already
all
are in the East County district.
in items in maps 13A and 11. Commissioner Ponce.
Yes, I just want to make a comment about the Coronado moving that down to District 1. I mean, there's a large population of military personnel and their families that work on Coronado and the amphibious base, but they actually live in Chula Vista National City and down in Imperial Beach. So that in itself would be a community of interest. My next comment would go to the fatal flaws that were mentioned by Commissioner Russ. I need to understand that because I read a lot of comments from the communities of interest that say they are interested in a border district. And I heard a lot of comments from other folks north in the East County area say they don't have anything in common with a border district and they don't want to be associated with anything with a border district in the South. So that's something we have to work out and square, but those are two juxtapositions that we need to sort of work through and figure out what's best for both of those areas. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. And I did want to remind commissioners that Commissioner Diaz, who's talked about this before, offered some very, very specific thoughts that are available on the survey results posting. Just to summarize, since that's come up, when we hear border district, I hear it in a couple of different ways. Sometimes it's relating to, as one commentator put it earlier, just as far as Tecate, and then the rest of the border area farther out to the east would be more appropriate with East County. There's also a lot of other ways to look at those communities of interest and the activities there, including the wildlife aspect that I think several public commentators have made, Commissioner Diaz has mentioned. So I just wanted to remind commissioners that those are out there as well. Commissioner Hanson, and then Commissioner Serban, and then I'd like to either move on to another discussion topic or close up the overall discussion. But Commissioner Hanson first.
I'm looking at the draft map 13A, District 2. It seems to me like we need a demographic map of that area to see where the various groups actually live. Because one of the areas that was mentioned as part of that is Bostonia, and Bostonia is not part of it on 13A. And then the areas of Rancho San Diego and Spring Valley are vast. But I have no idea what the relative clusters of people are who actually live there. So could we get a map of that BIPOC population in that district to see where they actually cluster? The city of El Cajon is actually a very small portion.
And associated with that, I think, are the points Alex and John made earlier about some of the overlapping but not matching districts, boundary lines between census designated places and other divisions. But I would say to commissioners, whether it's a formal motion or just something we'd ask Flo to be aware of, that kind of data request is, I think, perfectly in order. And I think Flo would actually appreciate that degree of specificity. Good. So Commissioner Inman, I'm sure will be happy to follow up on those things and coordinate. But as we move on through this meeting, and I am respectful of the time, let's be thinking about what other aspects than simply map-related motions we need to make good decisions on December 2nd and 3rd. Commissioner Serban.
Thank you, Chair Bame. So I'm wondering if a portion of the East County has to be placed with a population area, does it make sense to consider which portion of the East County makes the most sense to place with a population area? And what I mean by that is that, to me, if we conceive of the East County as part of it being part of this border district, or having sharing common boundaries with portions of this border district, then can part of the East County be considered as a border district that would be united with the population centers to the west, such as Chula Vista and Imperial Beach? And then that preserves the rest of the East County communities in north of where that border district would be. And that also solves this question of which population centers are we going to place where in order to solve the East County's problem. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to refer it as a problem. It's not a problem. I mean, it's definitely a valued community.
Right. Yeah, I think that may relate to some of the information available in connection with map 14. And I do think there's been a lot of discussion about that. So I just referenced that discussion. Commissioner Ponce, did you want the floor?
Yeah, I just want to really get Commissioner Russ's comments on the two fatal flaws associated with draft map 14, because I really need to understand that, because that was my first choice. And if there are fatal flaws, I really need to understand that from a fellow commissioner. Okay. And it goes back to the issue of a southern border district and where it starts and where it stops, north and south and east and west.
Okay, I'm very happy to respond. Thank you, Frank. We didn't hear a lot tonight about that part of map 14. From the people who liked map 14, they were focused kind of up, particularly up there in North County with the cities along the 78. They weren't, they like 14 because they like that part. That doesn't mean they like the bottom part. I really did not hear a lot of hoorah for a southern border district. However, the last was a couple of weeks ago when we were at another hearing. I heard a lot. I heard a lot from people in East County, Southeast County, who did not like that at all. And that is, and it's such a demarcation, the topography, the demographics, the weather, the fire considerations, very, very different, very, very different, Frank. And I did hear that loud and clear. I didn't hear it so much tonight, but I didn't really hear people really saying, "Oh, I like that southern district." They liked other stuff up there, particularly up in the 78 and all that. The other fatal flaw is back up in the 78, where and on map 14, which I think is a fatal flaw. Just a minute, let me get it up here on my other screen. Yeah, golly, it looks like there's a continuity. How do you say that, Chair Bame? Contiguity.
Contiguity, exactly.
Thank you.
You should be asking Rosette, though.
Oh, I know. She's the English teacher. I know. She corrects me enough as it is. I think there's a contiguity problem with that. It looks like a big, I don't know, big alligator kind of swallowing up those cities. I think we heard quite a bit about, golly, you have all this urban area, and then you have the rural area that's off by themselves. I think that's also a fatal flaw. But the biggest fatal flaw, I think, and I heard it 5x5 2 weeks ago from people back there in, was it Descanso, back in Campo? You know, there were a number of people who talked about that 2 weeks ago. Didn't hear anyone talk about it today, though. But those to me, I think particularly the topography, the demographics, the climatology, you know, the fire. There's a lot of difference, Frank.
Yeah, I give you that. I give you that,
that's my-
Commissioner Russ. I'm
Thank
going
you,
back
sir.
to what Commissioner Chen said. He said, let's not just remember the last things we heard. Let's remember the previous things we heard.
That's
And we heard
right.
a lot of comments from that Southern Border District previously. And the
That's right.
last thing is, I know that district map for 14 doesn't look, you know, appealing, but that doesn't make it not right. So it looks different, but it could still be a very good proposal. So I don't want to throw it away. I want to consider and move it forward as a consideration with one other potential draft map. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I think it'd be a waste of time, quite frankly. I'm not sure it's salvageable, quite frankly. But that's my opinion. Thanks for asking me, Frank. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Servant?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Russ. I really appreciate you articulating your position and sharing that with me. And the rest of the commission. You know, we did hear a lot about map 14 and the bottom part of it, this border district. This is what we've heard about for months in the past. Map 14's alignments weren't something that we just imagined. It's an iteration of map 10, which is itself is an iteration, I think, of map 6. The border district that is manifested in this current map is in response to dozens of comments about a border district. So while I don't discount the recent comments from the community, I caution against forgetting these early inputs that we received and also echo Commissioner Chen and Pons' concerns about recency bias.
Okay. We're spending a considerable amount of time on this, but I'm perfectly happy to allow the conversation to continue. But right at the moment, I don't see any other hands. We have, however, talked about most of the issues I had anticipated, with the exception, and I'm hesitant to even mention this, of a more detailed conversation about, for lack of a better term, the Mira Mesa, Sorrento Valley, Linda Vista area. Do commissioners want to spend 10 or 15 minutes talking about that a little bit in this kind of open format, or would you rather just move on?
I think that's the biggest thing we need to talk. That's the most important thing to me.
Is this, Matt, is this a conversation about where the AAPI COI belongs?
That could certainly be part of it. And Commissioner Sherbin, I don't mean to minimize its importance, quite the opposite. Starting a conversation on perhaps our most complex issue at 10:54.
That's what I mean. I don't mean that it's the most important thing to me, like that's the only thing I'm thinking about. But I mean,
No. But I think
that's
certainly
critical to where our maps go.
Well, it's a very, very critical issue in terms of the ripple effects it can have. It's also a very complex issue, and I didn't want to ignore it, but I'm also cautious about whether we can have a useful exchange about it right now. Not seeing other commissioners wanting the floor on that. Okay.
I mean, does no one else have any ideas on what we should do with it?
Co-Vice Chair Katerina, then Commissioner Pons. Commissioner Larson is shaking his head, so we'll take that under advisement as well. Commissioner Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
I think this is a really important area. And I know that, you know, all of this is about a balance. And if we're going to make some room to include the AAPI group, let's just say in the coastal district where they've indicated they want to be, if I'm correct in that assumption, something's got to give, right? Carlsbad's got to give, south somewhere, Coronado, we're going to have a trade-off. And that's the tricky part. Now, I will say this does fit into my 15 corridor for East and West. But I know that's not the most popular discussion. And I'm not saying the whole 15 corridor, but I do think that there's interest on my part, I can say, and those are just my off the cuff thoughts on what we could do. But I do think we're moving into a discussion where we're starting to think about what are these trade-offs going to be, right? And what can we do to kind of do the best we can to satisfy these COIs that are overlapping, or in this case, Ramesis, not included, but necessary to be included in the discussion. And I think we're there now, but that's my my 2 cents.
Co-Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Pons, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Commissioner Russ. So Commissioner Pons, please.
Yeah, so I'm on Eastern Standard Time. So it's actually almost 0100 where I am. But that doesn't matter, because if the end game is to come up with at least 2 draft maps to move forward, then we must have this discussion that Commissioner Serban brought up. If that's not the intent, then we can defer that discussion for a later date. But I thought at the beginning of this meeting, we said that would be the end game, is to come up with 2 draft maps to move forward. So is that still the end game?
My preferred end game as chair is actually 1 map with a maximum of 2. Again, not as the perfect solution that just needs 2 more things worked out, but as the basis for a discussion on some of the hard issues that we certainly won't resolve today. That's the goal. And at 0200, if I'm doing my math right, Commissioner Pons, thank you for asking a very practical question. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Commissioner Russ.
Yeah, I think this is, I agree that this is an important conversation, and that the problem is, and it's not about any community, the problem with trying to address this issue about the central part of San Diego and where this AAPI community, why they're in the East County community instead of the coastal community in one map or another, is so dependent. We've been talking about all of the other districts, and we kind of have to move all of those other districts around in order to, if the goal is move the AAPI community into a coastal district. And so I'm not sure how is the point of the conversation to agree as to try and find consensus as to whether or not we believe that's an important goal for a map, or is it to try and figure out how we do that? And the only other thing, I mentioned it briefly in my 1 minute, which probably went longer than a minute, my opening comment or whatever, my commissioner statement, is just to point out, I completely understand and acknowledge the notion that some of these communities, and I'm not talking now about AAPI, but just like, some of these areas maybe seem like they belong more with the coastal district than they do with East County. Completely understand that and agree with that. But with regards to the AAPI community, I just want to point out that in both maps, 11 or 13A or map 14, the percentage, the CVAP percentage of AAPI community in both maps is essentially identical. And so are the other districts in that community, so are the other populations in the district in which the AAPI reaches what is about a 15% proportion of the population. And so their, if you will, their political clout is pretty much the same. So I just wanted to point that out, and also acknowledge that I understand, what we're trying, the what we're trying to balance here and what we can accomplish, given all of the other constraints.
Thank you. Commissioner Russ, then Commissioner Servin, then Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Russ.
Yes, if you move that area, that population that is west of the 15 and on either side of the 56, and if you move that over into District 4, well, District 4 already is over by 18,000. I'm looking at map 13 alpha. And then, of course, that makes District 3, from what you're moving it out of, it makes it more negative. So you've got some problems moving it over there. And I think 13B actually tried to do that. Let me look at 13B again. Yeah, 13B actually tried to do that. And the problem with 13B, and that was one that I seconded with Commissioner Inman proffering it. But the problem with 13B is I look at Rancho Santa Fe as kind of a hole, and it's back in the Eastern County. And I think we tried to do that with 13B. And I don't like 13B because like I say, Rancho Santa Fe is just surrounded by other districts with a very narrow passage to get it into the East County. So I think that's going to be problematic. I don't know how to solve that problem. The other is that we possibly could, back at 13A, could go from District 2, and District 2 is short about 16,000. If you go up into Tierra Santa and maybe up to the was it the 52 or close there too. Those could be. I don't think they're going to solve the problem that Commissioner Servin wants to solve, though. I don't. But that's for a demographer if we want to assign him that problem. See if it does.
So just to clarify, Commissioner Russ, you're saying that while the problem is a challenge, no matter how you tackle it.
That's right. Yeah, it is.
13A is at least a possibility of a way to look at it that might minimize the other ripple effects.
Yeah, and what we did, we actually did a 13B to look at that. If you look at 13B, then you got Rancho Santa Fe. Now all of a sudden is not coastal, it's East County. Yeah. And I think that's a stretch. That's much more of a stretch. So we have 5 districts. That means we have 4 degrees of freedom. You can set 4 of the districts. And then that 5th one, it's got to fit into that square peg, a square hole or round hole or triangular hole or whatever. So it's very difficult. That's a very difficult problem.
Agree. All right, Commissioner Servin, then Commissioner Hanson. Then I would like us to agree on a way forward that may even involve a motion. Commissioner Servin, you withdraw your hand?
No. I'd like to speak. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So in response to the comment about identical CVAP percentage numbers, as I understand it, it's more important for us to consider maintaining minority communities whole rather than looking at raw numbers. And to me, map 14 responds to AAPI community of interest public comment describing the geography of this COI. So even if the CVAPs are identical, if what we're trying to accomplish is to respect the AAPI community of interest, then map 14's alignment is the only one that accomplishes this. So that's one. To me, if the end game is to end tonight with 2 maps at the most, then I'd support moving forward with map 14 with a suggested change, and that would be to keep together San Dieguito which I understand to mean is Rancho Santa Fe, Elfin Forest, Harmony Grove, Eden Valley, Del Dios, Fairbanks Ranch, Whispering Palms, and Sun Valley together, and whether to move it into the East County District or the Coastal District. I would leave that to the discretion of the demographer as far as the deviation, but I think I would prefer that it goes to the East County District for population balance purposes.
Okay, Commissioner Henson.
I'm just asking to see a map that shows exactly what this community interest is. It's just like when we got the BIPOP map, suddenly it became clear what they were asking us to do. And if we could see a map that does meet the needs of the Asian American community, I think it might help. But if it can be drawn on 13A, then I don't see why we need to bring 2 forward if we can try to adjust 13A to accommodate that.
Though, ma'am, is that 14 is the map that draws that?
Right, can that be superimposed on 13A? Because for many of us, the big issue with 14 is how it treats the North Inland Coast.
No, because 14 does not include Carlsbad in the coastal.
Right, and that's what we want to maintain, that with making the choice of leaving Carlsbad out in order to respond to the North Inland Coast requests. But can we do that and do what's needed in the central region?
That changes the whole character of that. I'm sorry, it changes the whole character of the East County districts at that point, Barbara. And I think that's part of the issue. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you for clarifying. It's just that the 2 things just seem uncompatible. And that's the issue.
They may very well be, given the boundaries of the map, and that's why I'm encouraging commissioners to think in terms of what can we work from that might, if not offer a solution, give us a clearer choice that we can pursue alongside other clear choices. Okay, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Commissioner Chen, then I really do want to move towards our final stage of discussion.
I'll pass.
All right, so since we're moving for a final discussion, I've been waiting the right time to ask this question. At the last meeting, there was a motion to look at a publicly submitted map and have it looked at by Flo. We have not discussed that map. Are we going to get a chance to?
That's a very fair point. It was cast and prepared as one of the public maps. There was an opportunity to ask clarifying questions about it. And we have certainly had the opportunity, I hope, in this broad conversation to bring it up. But if Commissioner Chen, you want to extend this discussion, I am conscious of the time, but I can see the point. I would be happy to follow the commissioner's will on this.
Well, I mean, I'd like to discuss it. Like I said, I particularly like the North County and East County treatments in that map. And they had a coastal district, which I think reflected what people had asked for, Encinitas down in Coronado. It had a border district for the western part of the border cities, and it had a central. Now, some of the details in that, I think we can work around. But as far as a broad outline, I thought that actually had a very good outline for the 5 districts.
Commissioners, do you want to see that map, or is that a topic of interest for discussion? Because right now I only have Commissioner Servin.
It's map 9, isn't it? Publicly
Submitted map 9.
Yeah.
But again, we never saw Flow Analytics review of that map.
Well, we saw a basic one as part of the presentation on the public maps, and there was an opportunity for clarifying questions on that. So procedurally, I want to say we did have an opportunity to focus in on it, but I'm again happy to entertain more on it. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, so we did get, I mean, Flo did all the summary statistics and everything on that map. I have them printed out and they're on the website. So, and Flo did present on it this evening. With regards to that map, it does have some things to recommend it, and but for me, it doesn't respect the BIPOC community, immigrant refugee community, and it puts Escondido in East County. That's something that I don't think we decided on tonight. I would rather stick with one of the maps, and maybe we can incorporate some of these, you know, maybe we can use it in some way, but I wouldn't want to add this map to the mix.
Commissioner Hanson?
I agree, exactly. It doesn't respect the Escondido situation, and it completely ignores the BIPOC. So I don't think it's as good a map to work from as 13A.
You, Commissioner Brown, did you want to say something? Any other comments?
I agree with both Commissioner Garcia and Co-Chair Garcia and Commissioner Hanson that it's putting Escondido back down in by Poway again. So and it's putting Carlsbad back up in with Oceanside and so forth. And I just think that Escondido needs to be in there. And the I-78 corridor ends right in Escondido there. You drive off the I-78 and you're in the heart of Escondido. And so you can't use the 78 as a divider because it's going to split Escondido down the middle. And that Escondido is much more a part of what's north of it than what's south of it. That the Lake Hodges is a divider between Escondido and what's south of it. You know, it doesn't connect to Rancho Bernardo. It doesn't connect to Rancho Penasquitos. It doesn't connect to Poway. Those are all together south of it. Escondido is north. As far as I've been up here for many, many years, and I grew up kind of in Chula Vista area. So in fact, I got my 50th reunion next year for Castle Park High School. So I know some of that too, and it's changed quite a bit, and it will be changing again in North County. We're a magnet for people wanting to come and live in San Diego. So I would suggest maybe we could have the county change their charter and add another supervisor or something. If we could get 6 or 7 supervisors, that might help us be able to spread it out a little bit. Anyhow, that's all.
Very good. Not seeing any other requests to speak. I'll associate myself with those comments. I just, regardless of the merit of the map itself, I see workability problems given the nature of the discussion we've had today and in our previous meeting. And it's not to discount the map. It is not to discount the considerable public comment we've received on it. But in terms of the workability of some of the issues we've been talking about, and I think Commissioner Brown captured them very, very well. In terms of moving forward, I could see greater likelihood for success by using one of the other maps and perhaps pulling some ideas from map 9 if they lend themselves to part of the solution. That's just me speaking as a commissioner. Turning back to speaking as a chair, any other comments on either that map or for general thematic discussion? Because I'd like to wrap that up now. Commissioner Kugliak.
I realized I never came back on video. I put a comment in my survey, and I don't know how feasible it is, but to what Commissioner Brown just said about we're going to continue to grow. We already have some planned communities that we know about that are going to be springing up in the county over the next 10 years. I asked whether it would be possible to project deviation of our proposed maps under the assumption that the areas that are growing continue to grow. Just to kind of understand what this map that we're proposing, or multiple maps that we're proposing, in 10 years, how out of whack they would be. Because if one seems that it ages better with how we know the county is going to grow, I feel like we should know that and do not make decisions off of it, but at least kind of understand, you know, is the next commission going to be having these exact same conversations, because certain areas are going to continue to grow and are going to continue to pose the exact same conundrums that we're seeing right now. So I don't know if that's allowed or possible, but I thought for me it would be very helpful.
I'm not sure how much I had seen that comment. I'm glad you brought it up, Commissioner Kugliak, because and I don't want to second guess or speak for Flow Analytics or Marguerite for that matter on the legalities of it. I do think we need to have that in mind. I can tell you from personal experience, there's a wonderful ability on refugee immigrant numbers to underestimate how fast the growth will go just by family relations that have later authorization to immigrate over a 10-year period. It's impressive, and it can become a really, really difficult thing to estimate. It's almost more of an art than a science on some of those kinds of growth. When you add in, I would imagine, things like housing prices and availability of housing, it gets even more interesting. I've got Commissioners Larson and Commissioner Serban. Let me take them first and then turn to Flo on that issue, if that's okay. Commissioner Larson.
Okay, I have to agree with Commissioner Kugliak. I just finished reading a Sandag report. It was on transportation, but it looked at our county in 2030, 2040, and 2050. And we passed 6 million to 10 million sometime in that time period. That's all going to come out of the East County. What we see in the West here, where most of us live, is that the county is expanding eastward. There's no way to stop that. We're going to really continue our growth. And I guess my question is, are we limited to the census data of 2020? Is that what we're really looking at for the population figures? Or can we go to some of the guesses that knowledgeable people like Sandag have made for the next 2 or 3 decades as to where this country is actually going? Because it isn't going to look like this at all any more than 20 or 30 years ago. It looks like it did today. It's change is inevitable. Anyway, that's my thought. I agree with almost everything that's been said tonight. And just to add in another 2 bits, I think we ought to take map 13A and 14 as our 2 maps, put in as many changes as were discussed tonight, and see where that leaves us in another week. Even having another session like this, where we sort of freeform thoughts, might be a good idea. We need that. Okay.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Serban, if you don't mind, because there seems to be a little interest in this at least, could I ask for short answers from both Marguerite and Alex or John about that future projection question? Marguerite first. I know it's not specific in the statutory criteria. I assume that as long as we're respecting the statutory criteria, and not violating it in order to pursue this, it's a factor we can consider. But please.
Yeah, the easy answer to the question is to Commissioner Larson's question is the statute says you have to use the census. So we're kind of stuck there. You have to use the adjusted census that was developed by the statewide database. So that's an easy answer. Whether we can consider projections, and you might be able to use the Sandag studies for that. It's common in redistricting to work within the deviation to try to perhaps underpopulate areas where you believe that it's likely or happening that growth is going to occur. I believe you can take that into account so long as everything else is met. But you have to be within that less than 10% deviation. So there's no inherent value to being exactly at zero if there are other values that you want to try to achieve.
And then let me turn to Alex or John or Ken Inman as SPOC. Anything to add?
I could add that I appreciate that input, Marguerite, and from a demographic or geospatial perspective, we could work in potentially work in Sandag data. We've also, as working with school districts as I do and we do, we have other resources that have population projections, and this is total population, not usually that doesn't delve into anything to do with race, ethnicity. That's too kind of granular. The only limitation that comes to mind right off the top of my head is I'd have to look at the Sandag data, especially because a lot of times you guys would have an idea of certain cities, census designated places that are going to be growing in the future, but sometimes that data is not spatially granular enough to help us in this respect when we're looking at moving a set amount of small census blocks and things like that. And Chair Boehm, your comments on the variability based on recent trends of immigration or housing prices might not be captured as well as I know Sandag is so reputable, but something we could look at. Marguerite's comment about maybe looking at some and underpopulating some if we know that there's particular areas that are growing and are expected to grow rapidly. I think that's possible.
So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say one way to get an idea about growth. Alex did share the table with the list of municipalities, CDPs, all the major population centers in San Diego County. On that table, obviously, was the 2010 data, or excuse me, 2020 data. It's easy to put another column of 2010 and you can get historic growth rates for those areas. And that way you're comparing census to census. And that's typically what you do to project out population. Sandag, they've got algorithms that they're running, and maybe you could do that. But for sure, a table that could be easily created, I'm sure by Flow, would have a column of 2010, 2020, and an implied growth rate. And that's very indicative of where things are going to go into the future. As something that commissioners could have in hand to look at this.
And just to be clear, I'd be happy to see us request Flow to put something together along that line, maybe with some refined instruction from Commissioner Inman. I would be extremely hesitant to have a discussion of that for the first time on December 2nd or 3rd. If we're going to use that data in any useful way, I've got a feeling it almost would require another session. I'm not saying no to another session. I'm just saying I would not want to try to manage that given the considerable work we're going to face on December 2nd or 3rd. Commissioner Servin.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. So to provide insight on likely growth and perhaps the changing rural urban nature of portions of the county, it would be helpful to know where the county plans to build housing to accommodate future growth. So I suggest a review of the county's recently updated regional housing needs assessment, which identifies communities such as Lakeside, Alpine, Ramona, and Fallbrook as areas of the county which will be subject to potential residential development to meet this need. If you're interested, the regional housing needs assessment can be found by Googling the county's general plan update and following the links from there.
Thank you for that. It's almost like you have experience on the housing issues. That's wonderful. Thank you. Commissioner Chen.
So it seems to me that I don't know if that's going to make our job easier. It seems to me it's going to make it harder and make us more open to litigation by using stuff like that. I think we have some relatively clear issues in front of us that we can address. I don't really want to add more issues at this point. I don't think that data is going to help us make these decisions. Like I said, I think it opens us up to more opportunities for litigation. My 2 cents.
Thank you for that, and certainly valid. All right. With that, and noting it's 11:26.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just clarify? My comment wasn't meant necessarily to address the balancing population issue, but more so to give some insight on maybe the rural urban changing nature of the county.
Okay, thank you for that. So, what I've heard towards the end, first of all, thanks commissioners and thanks for members of the public still with us, and there's a decent number. I would recommend that whatever directions or motions we take up, please keep this entire set of conversations in mind. Please feel free to refer back to it. I think there have been some very, very useful ideas discussed, including assessments and creative approaches. We certainly have it within our power to take some motions, and I think it would be useful if we're going to focus on 1 or 2 maps to have a motion to that effect. I've got a feeling we don't need to go into extreme detail about that right now, but I would be happy to entertain a motion either to move forward just 13A or 13A and 14. Before I ask for that, let me ask commissioners, if any, without making the motion, are there any other potential motions on your minds? Commissioner Serban? No. Okay, seeing none. So I think the question is going to be, are we moving forward? Oh, I'm sorry.
Wasn't
Just to
Commissioner
clarify.
Serban trying to speak?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I muted?
Commissioner Serban
I
trying
sorry.
to speak?
I
Yeah,
meant
you were muted.
That's
my
what I
apologies.
was.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
I meant to say I would like to consider map 14A on its own rather than as a separate motion rather than pairing it with another map.
Sorry, 13A?
I'm sorry, I meant 14, 14.
14, sorry. Okay, so your proposal would be a motion just to move map 14 forward with no others, correct?
Correct. I mean, I have one minor change that I'd like for
Okay.
map 14, but other than that.
Let me make sure we're framing the motions right. Commissioner Kugliak?
This might be a hard no, but I've seen progress move a lot faster in ad hoc subcommittees. I'm wondering if an ad hoc subcommittee could have this kind of discussion much faster and iterate much faster and bring some very, very great maps to us.
Jump in here,
in
Margaret.
a time frame that's doable. And I don't need to be on it because I think we're all moving in the same direction. And my question is, knowing that we're all moving in the same direction, I worry about the time given that it's November 19th. And even though we're all moving in the same direction, I just worry about whether we're going to hit it or not at this pace.
I am confident we will hit it. I would be happy to entertain a motion on an ad hoc. I'm cautious about it because I think it would be hard to put it together, have the right kind of work done. That is probably going to have to be done anyway. And I would not want that discussion to replace or substitute for commission-wide discussion in public. This is, of course, the most important part of our work and what we really have to demonstrate to the public. I do agree, Commissioner Kugliak, and I think you make a completely valid point. Whatever way forward we pick, we need to have the dates in mind, as well as a level of practicality. We cannot move 3 maps forward from tonight. That I really, really would recommend against. That will be too hard to balance and we'll have too many conflicting sets of inputs. I would ask commissioners to consider whether they could work from 1 map, even if it doesn't have everything you want. Because working from 1 map and questions there too would be obviously a little simpler than having to go back and forth between 2 maps. That's just from a process point of view. I don't mean to prejudice the discussion on the substance. Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
Well, I just had something I wanted to mention. I was leaning towards going forward with 2 maps because I think we need to do the VRA analysis. And if we do it on 1 map and it comes out badly, then we're going to have to come up with the 2nd map, you know, and at least at this point, we go forward with 2, we can get 2 maps that are moving in the direction we want to move in. That's just my 2 cents.
The point's well taken. I had been thinking, again, I'm speaking just for process, that if we had the right directions to flow on 1 map, we would be able to get the analysis that we need on both Voting Rights Act and ability to elect. Remember, we'll have both at our next meeting. But I would keep in mind that whatever we task out tonight, Flo has to post by Tuesday in accordance with the statutory requirement for the draft map public hearing. So if we have 2 maps, we're going to have to be very, very specific with the questions we have and to be able to address exactly what Co-Vice Chair Katarina said to make sure we have a coherent discussion, because I'm sure we're going to have plenty of public input on December 2nd. And we will have, in all likelihood, a very long discussion to have on the 3rd. So with that in mind, I've heard both. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Well, I would like to move forward with map 13A.
Good. Commissioner Brown. You're muted. Commissioner Brown, you're muted.
I raised my hand and I thought I unmuted myself at the same time. I think we ought to move forward both 13A and 14 because they're completely different maps, and I don't know how we can fit it all in using one or the other maps. I think we'll get back what we're asking for is maybe a mess of things, although they do a great job of their maps. It's just that I think it would be easier if we move the 2 maps forward and to be specific on each of the maps as to what we want to see changed from what our discussion was tonight.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Pons, then Commissioner Russ, then I'm going to take a motion.
Yeah, I think we should move forward maps 13A and 14 and use the survey tool from Flow Analytics for us to make individual inputs and recommendations to both of those maps.
Commissioner Pons, that's an interesting idea. My concern would be that those inputs would almost by definition not be transparent in advance.
And I would say you need the inputs tonight.
That's exactly where I was headed. Commissioner Russ.
I'd like to move forward with 13A and 13B. 13B accomplishes what I think Commissioner Serban wants to accomplish. However, there's the problem of the hole that is created there at in Rancho Santa Fe. But if instead, as Commissioner Garcia actually proffered, to put Coronado back into District 1, that frees up 20,000 individuals, and we could probably, I don't know how many individuals are in Rancho Santa Fe. Have you counted those lately, Rosette? I haven't counted them lately. I don't know, but I just think map 14 is irredeemable. Map 13B will do what Commissioner Serban wants to do, but we've got to plug that hole where Rancho Santa Fe is not in East County, but it's coastal. And we probably can do that by moving Coronado back into District 1.
Right. I'm inclined to let the discussion go for 3 more speakers if that's acceptable. So Commissioner Serban, Commissioner Krugliak, Commissioner Inman. Commissioner Serban's hand went down. Commissioner Krugliak.
No, I would like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, Commissioner Serban, please, all 3 of you be concise, and I really want to move to a motion after that.
So I hear a lot of support for moving forward, at least partially with map 14 as one of the maps we move forward with. If we move forward with map 14, I would support doing so if we make one minor change, which is to align the Rancho Santa Fe Harmony Grove area of map 14 to be consistent with map 13B in response to public comment. I heard a lot of public comment that identified that area as a cohesive community of interest, as well as identifying it with a more rural identity of the East County.
Let's save, if you don't, for all commissioners, let's save justifications right now. I just want to try to get to a coherent motion because I think I see one emerging. Commissioner Krugliak.
I just wanted to say that I don't think 13B is at all viable. The term that the LGBTQ community used was devastating, and I think that's absolutely appropriate to describe what 13B does to the Hillcrest area. And even if we were to undo it in the motion, I don't think we can move forward with 13B as a proposal because of that.
Yeah, it would certainly be a very complicated piece to work from. Commissioner Inman.
Echo just what Commissioner Krugliak said. If you look at 13B, there's collateral damage in that map. And so I think it's cleaner to move forward 13A and 14.
All right, very well. So I'll ask staff to prepare to write this down because we're going to need to make sure we capture this. But I certainly hear and will request at this point, do we have a motion to move forward maps 13A and 14 with, I'm going to leave it being drafted, which is a little outside the normal rules, but I think it's the simplest way to approach it, with the following specific tasks to Flow Analytics. And what we're going to do is define those tasks on what we want Flow to do to those 2 maps. So tentatively, and I'll come back to the movers for that. Do I have a commissioner willing to make that motion? Co-Vice Chair Katarina, second. Commissioner Inman, thank you. All right. Unless there's objection, I always like to start with Commissioner Inman because he's got an idea of what Flow Analytics needs to hear, if that's okay. So Ken, not to put you on the spot, but could you try to capture some of the things we've been discussing that need to be specifically addressed?
So we've got to make this specific to either 13A or 14, I assume, in the bullets. And so for map 13A, we need to address Harmony Grove and Elfin Forest, combine them together and move them probably into the District 3, I believe. And
I think they're in District 3.
is that where?
Yeah.
Well, they were split. One of them was in the coastal district move. I think it's Elfin Forest needs to be moved over.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So move Elfin Forest then would be the only one that needs to be moved over.
Okay.
From D3 to D4.
D4 to D3,
Isn't the coastal D4?
D4 to D3, correct.
But it's in D3 right now. I think, unless I'm just not looking at it right.
Alex, is Elton Forest on map 13A in D3 or D4 at D3 or D4 at present?
Elfin Forest is in the coastal district right now, if you look at the map.
Which is D4. Okay.
That is correct.
Yeah. So you need to move that.
It's right next to
over,
Harmony Grove.
and that's why you need to move it over, correct.
So just a process check, David, if we're going to ask for specific changes to maps at this point, are we going to eliminate the map changes that there's no controversy on? Otherwise, people will be voting against, if we have 10 things and people disagree with one, then we might get 10 no votes just because we have 10 different things.
Right. It's a good point, Chris. Thank you. What I'm trying to drive towards is having Flow create a map where that reflects either what sounds like agreement that we've already reached, for instance, having a coastal district, or frames issues as clearly as possible so we can make decisions as quickly as possible when we actually see the map. That's the process I'm thinking of. I hope that's clear enough.
I just don't see how we get there with this, I guess.
Let's see what the motion, let's see what the details are that Ken has, and then we can certainly revisit it before we vote on anything.
So the next major bullet, tab backwards, one more, would be C about trading communities around El Cajon into D3 in exchange for, I'm sorry, it's getting too late. That's not going to work. I was going to try to expand the coastal district into D3.
To clarify, is that for map 13A?
Yes, correct. I'm working from map 13A. Yes. Oh, I see. So it would be a bullet in. I'm sorry. I'm not, I guess I'm trying to figure out how you make that swap for the central area that we've been talking about in Mira Mesa, Carmel Valley, Rancho Penasquitos.
So Ken, is there a way to do that where you move Carlsbad? Because I don't think Carlsbad wants to be in a coastal district. Nobody has asked for that. So I don't know if I know there's dominoes that fall, but if you move Carlsbad into the North County district, that would give you space to move those other areas into the coastal district.
But it's.
Or if you moved Coronado into District 1. It gives you 20.
Exactly, for both 13A and 14.
Okay, let's capture that since there's clearly interest. Commissioner Brown, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm back on the move Elfin Forest bullet. It's Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove, and I believe they're both in District 3 on this map, and they need to go into the coastal district of District 4.
Correct.
Why do they need to go to a coastal district?
Because why do we need to do that?
I was moving them into D3 because D3 is short on population, whereas the coastal district is over. So I'm looking at map.
Oh, and I had some comment below that was going to move parts of San Diego that was east of the 805 into D3 or D2, and also move Rancho San Diego into D3. So that's how we were making space is
I
by
was trying,
moving the Elfin Forest out of D3 and into D4. Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove. Those two are right by each other.
See, David, this gets back to the point that if we're not in consensus on these moves that we're putting in here, this is going to become a very strange vote.
It's a good point, and that's where I would prefer we have approaches where there's at least an emerging chance of consensus of some kind.
For instance, is there anybody that disagrees with moving Coronado into District 1?
Yes.
Okay. Then that's, so I don't know how much we can accomplish, I guess, at this point, if we don't have any consensus.
Right, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't consider it, because if it's only 1 or 2 commissioners, then I think it's worth tasking Flo to take a look at it. Let me return to something else though, because what Ken was saying, well, let me not hog the floor. Commissioner Kugliak.
Just if it's specific to the question of Coronado, I would really love the opportunity to speak very passionately on that, because even if I was only one of 2 people raising my hands, I feel very strongly that it would be wrong to move Coronado into District 1. And if everyone else is just thinking that because of population and not because of really important factors, I think they should take those into account. And I think several of the people who are not here would also not support moving Coronado into District 1. And we can't just look at it from a numbers perspective.
I also would again cite community of input, a community of interest input, which has, as far as I can tell, is universally against that. It's not a deciding factor, but given what we've been talking about, and that I can find public input, for instance, advocating for Carlsbad to be put in a coastal district, I want to be very, very careful how we tackle it. But that said, if it's an issue we need to look at, we could. I also think though, and Chris, this is where I'm getting to the practicality of the process. That question is so distinct, we may not need it in the motion because we know the number. It may be something that doesn't require a lot of additional analysis from Flo, where some of the other issues that we have really will take some careful looks, particularly, for instance, the areas in and around El Cajon. All right, now I've got several commissioners who want to speak. We really need to form a motion on this. So if you have concrete ideas for the motion, I'd very much like to put them up on the screen. In no particular order, Co-Vice Chair Caterina, Commissioner Russ, Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
So my thought on the, can I just mention Coronado for a minute? Coronado has been in D1 and it did not impact their ability to elect a candidate of their choice. They may not like them. They may want to vote them off the island, no pun intended, but it did not negatively impact their ability. So I think that's something we should consider.
I'm going to cut off the Coronado discussion.
Okay.
Saying that is not a completely true statement, given the history of the incumbent supervisors involved in there and all that goes into that. It is not necessarily something that's reflected in the demographics. It is very reflected in the community of interest. Now, I'm saying that in part again, because I would rather we get on to the harder to define matters that we really need to be able to take a look at. Commissioner Russ.
I just want to mention that if what we're trying to do is get Rancho Penasquitos and Mira Mesa into the coastal, Rancho Penasquitos is 43,000. Mira Mesa is 78,000. That's a lot of people to move over into the coastal area. I don't know where you're gonna get. That's my math is correct. It's about 115,000.
Take Carlsbad out, Jack.
Oh,
I hear you, Chris. I hear you.
And I was going to call on you next, Commissioner Chen, even if you hadn't said that. All right, let me turn to Co-Vice Chair Garcia, then Commissioner Servin.
Well, I think one of the things that we discussed earlier that I'm not sure we reached agreement on, or that I know how this, how we will, how the commission will like this, but we talked about grabbing population from either El Cajon or parts of El Cajon or unincorporated areas around El Cajon, Rancho San Diego. I know they're not huge numbers, but so I could suggest that. And then there's an area south of Hamul that's currently in District 1. It's on the eastern side of the existing district border that could be moved into East County. So I would recommend those revisions to map 13A.
On this, I want to go, I want to define that El Cajon point you were making. On the eastern side of District 1, I think those are very small population areas, but we can certainly talk about that.
It's a little bit of a cleanup, and then I'm suggesting Rancho San Diego, and then I'm asking the question about El Cajon.
Okay, so slowly, for map 13A, would it be fair to say move Rancho San Diego from D2 to D3?
Correct.
Would you also want to look at move Spring Valley from District 2 to District 3?
I'm open to that.
I'm just saying, is that something we want to look at? I'm not asking for advocacy. I think the population figures make that advantageous to look at.
Okay.
Okay. All right. If I know there's several commissioners who want to speak, but let me ask: is there?
Well, can I continue? Because then we would need to add population to District 2 to offset that. And I would direct Flo to look for ways to protect the BIPOC and LGBTQ community as they add population to D2, and particularly to look at the city council map, District 3, for some ideas about where they could expand population in D2.
Let me ask Commissioner Inman if that's framed in a way or needs further refinement for Flo to draw on it in that fourth bullet.
I mean, in my opinion, I don't know what that map looks like, but I assume Flo can use that direction. I would assume Flo could use that direction to do it. The more specific we can be, though, and what I would suggest is the ultimate goal is to expand District 2 up into District 4, the coastal district, so that you could then push it out into Mira Mesa. This is only what I'm suggesting. Like you move it up above the 8 into those communities immediately north of the 8. It's a trilateral relationship here.
I'll just jump in real quick to say that I'm tracking. I think I feel like, these aren't the most specific, but we're on track. I feel like to understand that, areas around El Cajon, Rancho San Diego need to move out of D2, become part of D3, but that means that D2 needs to take on population and probably can't just go straight north to Tierra Santa, Navajo, because of the military facilities there. That's kind of don't let us reach up to Mira Mesa. Excuse me. Like what Commissioner Inman just said, there's going to have to be some work between districts 4, 2, and 3 to kind of make that work in that central region.
And understand what you did with 13B didn't work.
Right. Thank you.
Because we tried this once and it didn't work.
Okay, very good. Okay, we can leave that then for the moment. So Commissioner Serban, Commissioner Krugliak, Commissioner Inman, Commissioner Brown. Who am I missing? No, that's good. Okay, so Commissioner Serban.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bame. I don't know if this is a point of order or not, but I would prefer to move forward again by considering these draft maps under separate motions. I don't feel comfortable voting for one map that I don't like or in order to vote for another map that I do like. So why don't we just separate these two maps and vote on them as separate motions? I mean, the more we pile onto this one motion, the more reasons someone can say no to it. So separate the two motions out.
I'm willing to go as far as asking Commissioners Katarina, Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Inman if they would take that as a friendly amendment. If not, I'm going to suspend discussion on it for the moment. Co-Vice Chair Katarina?
If they're linked together.
And excuse me, I have to go off camera for a moment, but I'm listening.
If they're linked together, are they, I'm trying to think of the right word. I mean, do we have more of an incentive to come to an agreement on both and move them both forward? If we separate them, is there more likelihood that that theoretically they both could get shut down? I mean, is working on them together going to make us work together better?
I think that's correct, but I think if we go through this process, the more adjustments we make to the maps, the more likely we're going to get people who don't want to vote for them. I think if we just say, let's go forward with the maps 13A and 14 and leave it at that, we can get agreement to at least move forward with two maps.
Yeah, we need to have another meeting.
Sorry to jump in, but can we just make the friendly amendment to evaluate each of these sub-bullets individually and in combination as practical, so that we're not actually forcing all of them to be applied to the same map? We're just asking Flo to evaluate what makes sense among these ideas.
I think we're more likely to get agreement if we agree these are not changes to a map, but are just things that are looked at. I think that's a good suggestion to make them separate, because the way this decision-making process has gone, once we make motions and address a map, that map kind of becomes institutionalized and we start moving forward with it. So even though we're saying this, we're not making decisions, in effect, we do make decisions when we make these motions. So I'd be far more comfortable saying we're not going to adjust the maps. We're just going to do analysis, and Phil can tell us what the analysis does without changing maps.
Commissioner Inman.
I mean, I would agree to taking these sub bullets and, not saying you have to do all of them. I think that is reasonable. I would still like to have 13A and 14B be part of the same motion. And
let me offer an organizational point. Commissioner Chen, I know that's the way it's happened in the past, but we're at a different stage now. I would anticipate that for each one of these sub bullets, we will see them separately. Now we'll have to see how they have effects, but it'll be a little bit like the presentation we saw on 13A and 13B tonight. And that may by itself, as happened with 13B tonight, eliminate some options and help us get more specific. The challenge I see is that if we don't do it that way, we end up with another lengthy discussion that frankly we won't have time for. Now, if we had another meeting added, not next week, but earlier the week of November 29th, that would be one way to get at that, to have more discussion. But I had taken the interest in a motion to cover two maps to be we were going to go through both maps, figure out which map was most appropriate to consider a change, and then look at those changes. Keep in mind, we're going to have to adopt a map at the next meeting, and moving from 2 maps to 1 in the next meeting with all variations is going to be a challenge, no matter how we do it. That's the process issue I'm worried about with 2 maps in general. But if we are going to do 2 maps, we are going to have a way to combine different factors with different maps, both for commission interest and as well for Flo to just be practical, and for legal counsel to give us advice on the various aspects. Okay, so it's kind of the flip side of the earlier conversation. All right, let me take Commissioner Krugliak, then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. So I would simply say that one of the other things to consider in terms of the coastal district are moving out the neighborhoods around San Dieguito, so Rancho Santa Fe, Olive and Hines, the Solana Beach, and to some extent Del Mar areas east of the 5. They're very unique from the areas west of the 5 and may allow for the inclusion of Mira Mesa, at least, even if not going north above the 56 into the coastal district. And I know I didn't say that at written speed. I can revise that. But if we're looking at these individually, I think that is reasonable.
Commissioner Krugliak, are you suggesting that that portion of the map align with what 13B looks like?
Oh, I
For that
dislike
part?
13B so much, I already closed it from my view. Give me a
Oh, I'm
second,
sorry,
I'm
but
gonna try to
it just
find
takes
it
that
again.
unincorporated portion that I think you're describing and does what I think you're saying. I just want to make sure that that's what you're saying.
Let me see if change to an URL gets me to map.
Well, and I think she's planning to go a little bit further south because she said Del Mar and Solana Beach. And I have to say that that the balance there, it makes as little sense to me to put those areas in East County as it does, as it probably does to Commissioner Servin.
Well, we received public comment from those areas that describe those areas as agricultural, or at least
they did not ask
more
to be
in common
county.
with that's what they said. I remember reading comment that said that from people from Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay.
So I'm looking at 13B now. 13B loses Kearney Mesa and Claremont from the coastal district, so that's absolutely not what I'm proposing. And I
Oh,
don't
no,
think
yeah. I'm not
that
talking about that at all. I'm
inclusion-
just talking strictly about the portion that you were talking about with Rancho Santa Fe and that area.
Yeah, I think it doesn't go quite as far west as I'm willing to go. I'm not looking to go west. But I think that those particular neighborhoods around San Dieguito Park are very much related. So, and I don't think that it would allow moving all the way. I don't think it would allow moving the coastal district as far north to include Penasquitos and Black Mountain as is currently in 13B, because I would want it to still include Claremont and Kearney Mesa.
Okay, so let me clarify. Commissioner Krugliak, do you want to add this as a motion, as a sub-bullet to this motion, or do you want to do something different?
Again, I understand that this is controversial. So if the way that we're posing the motion is as evaluating individual features or individual changes to map 13B, then I think
13A.
it could be evaluated without causing a lot of consternation.
You meant 13A, right?
Sorry, 13A. Copy
Commissioner
that
Inman?
13B.
But I guess, could you restate what you were moving, please, Commissioner Kugelak?
Sure. Moving Rancho Santa Fe into District 3, potentially also with rural Solana Beach and Del Mar east of the 5
With District 3.
in order to expand District 4 to include Mira Mesa.
So you're taking land that is further from the beach and making it coastal, and land that's close to the beach, you're making that East County. Is that right?
I mean, if you talk about as the crow flies,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's probably
Mhm.
accurate assessment. If you talk about the neighborhoods themselves, I don't think that's a fair assessment.
I mean, I think it's clearly something Flo can evaluate. So I see, to move forward, I mean, I would have no problem with asking Flo to do that task.
Can we do 14 now?
And Commissioners, fair warning. We may have to include an instruction at the top that Flo will have to evaluate these different sub-bullets individually rather than jointly on one map. And if they require variations along lines of 13A, 13B, authorize Flo to do that. I'm not saying it just yet. I want commissioners to keep that in mind. Commissioner Brown, you've been very patient. You're muted again.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, but I'm going to go back up to the first bullet of move Elfin Forest. It should say move Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove from District 3 to District 4. Okay. And you should add Harmony Grove in there after Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove. Because they're right next to each other. They can go, I mean, if you have to, you could move it up into Escondido or up into they're kind of on the southern border of Escondido, but they're kind of over.
Well, I'm sorry, can we just say, make sure that Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove are in the same district and leave it at that?
You
Okay.
could, and they could put it in to 4 or 5.
Yeah, so I think it's just, instead of move from to, just combine Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove into the same district, please.
Okay. Wherever it fits.
Yes, wherever it fits, yeah.
And then on that last bullet that was just added, I think you wanted to say move
just a
Rancho
moment.
Santa Fe instead
Just
of
1 moment.
San Diego.
Right.
Pretty sure I did, but yes, that's absolutely
Yeah, you did
correct.
say that. It just got typed in.
Okay. Good fix.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
And I think the second sub-bullet, am I speaking out of turn, or can I?
Please go ahead.
Done, Commissioner Brown? I mean, I think the intent there is to expand into that Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley area. And Commissioner Garcia's bullet is the way that we're trying to find population to do that. But, I think it reads fine the way it goes.
Get that Enye in there.
Well, in that case, isn't the my bullet about Rancho Santa Fe just an EG to bullet number 2?
It could be another way to find population to do that. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner Krugman?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like one example of what District 2 is trying to do.
Correct. That would be, yeah. To free up, that's trying to free up population to accomplish the task, yes. But now we're starting to, I think that this goes back to Commissioner Serba's point, you're starting to look like 3 or 13B.
All right. Again, I apologize for not being able to call on people easily. I do see hands up from Commissioner Krugliak. Did you want to speak again?
Yes, but I don't have to be right now.
And Commissioner Brown, you had something more there?
Yeah, I had one other thing that I wanted to get in there was that section of Southeast San Diego or Southeast Escondido that has the street between incorporated and unincorporated part. If they could try to add that little section of unincorporated part of Escondido into D5, it's in D3 area right now, but if they could put it into D5 and see if that works number wise, population wise.
And the implied there is that there might be another unincorporated area on the adjacent to the formal municipal lines of Escondido that could be traded off.
Exactly. I know there is. My
that's
mother-in-law
implied.
lives there. Yeah. I
Okay.
drive through there all the time. So yes, that's it.
Yeah, good. Commissioner Krugliak?
I would just like to expand what is the third bullet. Right now it's very specific, but you mentioned a couple of other areas that could fall into the same, by you, I mean you, Chair Bain, mentioned a couple of other neighborhoods that may fall into this general bullet. I think you mentioned Bonita in particular, and I believe you mentioned one more that I'm not recalling from the discussion. But if it would be possible to add those potentially to this bullet as optional for evaluation.
To the end of the bullet, I would add and Bonita from District 1 to District 3. And then earlier, move Rancho San Diego. How about this? Move Rancho San Diego, comma,